on. Almost there.
Admit defeat, rookie. Give it to me.
What? How do you think about it? You don't know what you're doing. Give it back.
How dare you look down on me! Give it to me!
Looks like it's my turn.
Hello and welcome to the Delta Force Europe semi-finals here for the community tournament. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we are going to be getting stuck into some operations very, very soon. We're happy to have you here. We're happy to be here. Blank, I hope you're as excited as I am.
I'm very excited. I'm good to go. Overall, it's been very, very much an exciting time waiting to get stuck into this community event. $8,000 on the line here, as well as $200 for an MVP prize for the most kills coming through from one singular player. But it's operations, right? We're going to get looting and scooting. Let's take a look at the rules and the prize pool so we can break that all down for you here at Delta Force.
Oh, yeah, look at that. We've got 5 groups competing today. That will be comprised each of 6 teams. They will be dropping in for an operation. Teams of 3, and only one team from each group will make it to those grand finals alongside an invited team. So we'll be seeing them later on in 2 days from now. You can see the prize pool breakdown on the right-hand side of the screen. $3,000 for that first place prize, but you've got to get to the grand finals first.
Absolutely do. So the top one team from each semi-final group will proceed through, and that's over a course of 4 matches. We'll be watching 4 matches today, but it will be through from Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group D. We unfortunately won't be able to get to watch any of Group E, but I'm sure they'll all be streaming. So if you want to catch some of your favorite streamers, you can go watch their streams. Or if you want to stick around with us and watch some fantastic Delta Force, remain on this channel. Or watch both. Do whatever you like. You've got 2 monitors, 1 monitor, 1 phone. That's even better.
Yeah, get all the tech involved, you know. Call over your friends, bring their phones too. Watch every single POV you can. But we are going to be jumping on in fairly soon. All of these teams have been competing to get here, and it's great that they've been able to find the opportunity to get here as well. In general, what they're looking to do is extract as much value from each of the maps as possible, and we will take a look at those teams fairly soon. Operations, the name of the game is drop in with your team, take a little bit of time, scout the area, get as much loot as possible, but you've got to be careful because there are 5 other teams as well dropping in with you, and if they kill you, they can take your loot as well, so you do not want to give them that opportunity.
Yeah, it's tough. It's very, very tough. And I think for operations in particular, we will be playing Brakesh and Space City today. 2 very competitive maps, 2 very highly volatile maps as well, as I'm sure some of you guys know at home who have been jumping in. Very high entry barrier, I would say, for both these maps. But we got some sweats here. We definitely got some sweats here over at the Delta Force Community Tournament. And I'm sure some of these teams will be taking home a bunch of loot with them. So yeah, as John said, extraction value is the name of the game. We will also be checking in with the kills as well, but it's extraction value which you are looking for here in these maps. So make sure you get through, pick up the safes, pick up the safes, make sure you extract on time in a safe manner as well is more important, which is good, but that's what you need to do. So I'm very, very looking forward to see what kind of strategies these players bring out today.
Let's take a look at the teams who are going to be taking part over the course of these semi-finals. Here are our groups and the team names. We're taking a look at a couple of these names and enjoying a few. Businessmen on Group A. We'll be seeing them in the first match, I'm sure. We've got a couple of other pretty interesting names here, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, I mean, no game, no life from Group C. That's my favorite so far. I mean, I got my name from that team's name. If you know, you know. Top Rush, as well as the Gougouliens, another very strong one, and the Bunny Reapers, which is a bit of a dichotomy, right? The bunnies don't seem too scary, but then you got Reapers on the other hand. Okay, they're trying to throw off the scent of the opponents. Who knows? And no Recoil would be nice in most of my games as well, but I'm not quite there with the calibration just yet.
You need a little bit more of the Cucarachas spirit, you know? You need to be a survivor getting on into the late stages of these games as well. From Group B, we'll be seeing them in a little bit more time. But you're right. I mean, sometimes you just hit that spray, and you just really don't hit that spray at the same time. It's kind of disappointing. So no recoil, hopefully. A little bit of a totem in their name for them to be able to take on these fights, because with 6 teams in each lobby, that means that you do have every single one of these players dropping in at a time, and a total of 6 times 3, which makes 18. I'm pretty sure 18 players in each lobby. 18 of our players from Group A here will be displayed before you in all their glory.
Yes, we've got maybe Pro, 7am Joyous, RNG, Popi Team, Businessmen, as well as Almost Famous here. Everyone's been battling out, like you said, John, to make it to the semi-finals. We have not broadcasted the previous moments of this event, but players have had 3 days to get ready for this one. For Group B, we got Team Luther Kings, the boys, 235, Cucarachas, SAEED, and CHinisez.
It's my favorite team there, Cucarachas. I'm going to be hoping that they can do well. I'm enjoying a couple of these names throughout all of it. Wolfram, you know, if you're into the sciences, if you've ever studied maths, then you'll be familiar with that in Wolfram Alpha. But he's going to be taken to the weaponry this time around, trying to calculate the demise of the rest of Group B and see how much value he can get out of the rest of the game. As we move on to Group C, it's Team Sigma, Deathwatch, Top Rush, No Game No Life, there you go, Blank, Ballas, and Red.
That's right. So if you guys have ever, if you're into time, you'll like No Game No Life, because they have time on their side, right? That's the main thing.
Oh,
unfortunately, there is only 25 minutes ever available. I don't know if time can figure something out spatially here, temporally, but I don't think it's happening. I think that it will just be a case of you hit that mark, you go down, you extract, or you will be leaving without any loot on board. Overall, though, we do have some very cool names coming through here from our participating players from Group C, and this will be our last group that we'll be watching today. We still have one more group to go over, though, and that's ABOBA, Pari, the Gougouliens, No Recoil, RoyalBlue, and Bunny Reapers. Not sure I said Pari in a French accent, but it's hard not to. All right, it's hard not to. It sounds good. It feels good.
I think you're right. I think Pari is right. It could be Pari or Pari or Pari. None of those sound quite as good, in my opinion. So I think you've absolutely nailed that one with Pari. RoyalBlue as well, going to be taken on. So maybe a little bit of a...
Fred.
Flashbang Fred. That's a good name.
What a G. I like him.
Love that. Group E, not going to be seeing these guys today on stream, but we will have one of these teams making it to the grand finals, whichever team tops out their group. Goblins team, Wrath Squad, OnlyW, Galactic Guardians, ChillGuys, and the OnlyW, which is how we're going to be saying that from now on. Galactic Guardians, I feel like, they got some vibes, hopefully channeling a little bit of their inner Star-Lord.
Yeah, exactly. That could be Le Paladin or Le Pladin. Either way, I'm cool with it, right? And obviously, you got a big shout out to Zip, right?
Or Laplad from India.
Oh, true. Also very, very reasonable. The only one there for only W's, which is what they're hoping to pick up here today, as they can make it through. We might have a case of a bit of a death group here, as these teams will be playing against one another for the entirety of their time during these semi-finals. So we'll see how this does pan out.
The rest of your team is down. You're the only one to extract, but you don't mind because you're just chill guys. That's what they're hoping to pull off here. Or hopefully get everyone else out in the mix of it all. But that concludes all of our groups. So we will be taking a look at what we've got coming up today in just a moment as well. As we said, we're covering 4 matches over the course of the day. Each of them can last up to a total of 25 minutes, but teams can extract before that, drawing it to a close early. However, if you're the last team on the map, you might as well, you have to know that first of all, but you might as well take that time and spend it to optimize your inventory, right? To optimize as much as you can take out of that lobby.
Oh, yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, it gets to a point where you can't really fit anything else in your inventory. I've seen so many times and been in that situation so many times where it takes 5 minutes to unload a man's gun, rip off all of the accessories on that bad boy as well, and just try and fit it into my inventory, which isn't great. And then I get thrown out of it by a bot, and I'm really unhappy at that point. But overall, that is some of the most difficult parts of the game. So we might just see some players, think to themselves, we've got enough. We've hit 3 million, which is a great mark to hit here. Let's just extract and get out of there without getting yourselves too deep into it, because like you say, John, there is no guarantee that you are the last team on the map, so you do have to be a little bit careful, but at some point you probably have a team head north, one team head south, and both teams be able to extract that way fairly safely. A little bit more of a gentleman's agreement there than anything, but we'll see how things do pan out. And if you guys want to check out Delta Force, you can download it over on Steam and join the official Discord community as well. Let's take a look at the schedule for today of how things are going to break down in terms of our maps and which groups we're playing on what.
And as you can see, we're starting off with Space City. That will be kicking off with Group A. We will be going along the groups there as the day goes on, alternating between Space City and Rakesh as we go on through, culminating with the Group D match on Rakesh,
which will be our last match of the day. And for all you guys at home, I know that you're very interested in Delta Force, and I'm sure you all know about the upcoming new Starfall operation in Delta Force. But the new Black Hawk Down mode will be available in January, and I know a lot of people are excited for that game mode as well. We won't see it here, obviously, not too competitive, but it will be available in January, so I hope you're all really excited for that one and all the new things that will be coming through with Operation Starfall.
Ooh, it's all exciting, it's all heating up, but it kicks off here with our first map of the day. We've had our schedule, we've had our group rundowns blank. I think we're checking almost everything off of the list, but we still got a little bit more time before we jump into the match. Things are still getting locked down and put into correct order, making sure that all 18 players are in the lobby nice and correct. And I think that what's interesting going into this first match is what we're going to see in terms of operator picks, right? In terms of what compositions we're going to be seeing brought towards this one. We were talking a little bit about this before the show. We had a good old yap. We do exist when the cameras turn off. It's weird to conceive, but it does happen sometimes. Not all the time, just sort of mildly, perpetually. But we were saying that one of the locks seems to be Hackclaw for potentially one of the strongest picks going into this, just for general applicableness of their toolkit.
Yeah, I mean, being able to hack opponents is really, really useful. Being able to get an accurate location of where they're playing and then relay that information back to your team, it's kind of invaluable. Obviously, the data knife is not as valuable. Being able to silently take out bots is pretty useful a lot of times, especially if you don't want to be wasting your gold ammo on things like that, and you don't have to bring a whole set of blue with you just to do that. So for Hackclaw, that's a very, very useful thing to have on board with you. But it's mainly that hack as well as the flash. I think the flash drone is really, really strong. I was going to say it's underrated, but I don't think it is. I think everyone really does rate this ability. I think the other one we're talking about as well is Viren as well, John, just in terms of being able to do double peaks with the dash that he has on board. That's very useful.
Yeah, absolutely. Really important to be able to go quickly around those corners when you need to. Hackclaw, whilst strong at setting up those engagements, you need someone to deliver on them, and that's sort of where Violence seems to shine. Speedy movement, able to get a lot done from the magnetic bombs as well, the dynamic propulsion. Very difficult to deal with when he already knows where you are. You can position around that. I think that the third pick that we were sort of pulling into our God comp, if you will, is probably going to be Stinger. Getting a little bit more healing on board, getting those faster reses, getting more health when you get res back up as well. It seems pretty invaluable, as well as having that smoke capability.
Yeah, just smoke on demand is very useful, and you can use it in interesting ways as well to take out the vision of windows. However, we've yapped long enough already. Let's take a look at the Group A here, who will be our first team that we'll be watching. I'm sure some of you guys know these players at home, so make sure you're cheering them on in chat and seeing exactly who can go through. I think that we agreed that we'd be backing the businessmen. It feels like they've come here to play, right? They're down for business. This is a professional environment for them. No community tag involved. This is pure business.
Absolutely. They come in a three-piece suit, a fat knot tie, and they are ready to make some bargains. We'll see if they're able to do that, because at the moment, well, I mean, they're spearheaded by Cthulhu, which is a pretty imposing presence, I would say, as it goes.
Yeah.
Having an eldritch horror at the helm. pretty strong.
Yeah, one of the outer gods gracing the battlefield, somewhat terrifying. So we'll see if some of these players can unwrap themselves from the tentacles that businessmen might be bringing to the table. In the meantime, we've got Maybe Pro, 7am Joyers, RNG, Popi Team, as well as Almost Famous, who are looking to make themselves famous here today in Delta Force and this community tournament, which we're very, very excited to bring to you. We should be getting into the first map fairly shortly, but in the meantime we still have a little bit of downtime to go through. So again, very excited to have you all here with us on board for a bit of Delta Force. I know I've been looking forward to this event for a few days now. Let's even say like a couple of weeks. I did know about it quite a lot in advance.
Yeah, well, you know, absolutely. It's been great getting to grips with this game as well, seeing just the different ways that people interact with it, not only on operations, but on warfare as well. And if you're a warfare fan, don't worry, we've got a little bit for you tomorrow, so make sure you're watching then as well. But in general, yeah, absolutely. It's such an interesting dynamic of a game where it has all these different components that bring different game styles together, but sort of feel like the same game at the same time. It's been really a great experience, I think, learning to play this.
Yeah, I think it's one of the few games that actually does like that futuristic combat very well. And I think that we've had a lot of iterations like that in the past where, you know, it hasn't quite panned out. But I think for Delta Force, they definitely bring something nice to the table where it doesn't feel too far estranged from that classic combat, but still has those interesting elements like the crouching tiger coming through from Viron to knock players down, and then just interesting things like the smoke drones from Stinger. It's nice, but it's not so out of this world that it's like, oh, that's so overpowered, and it really takes me out of my immersion. So I've been really enjoying it so far. Again, there's a lot to it as well, just in terms of calibrating weapons as well. I know that I've spent an ungodly amount of times in the armory calibrating my weapons, being like, what does this mean? Let me pull up the details. What does this mean? Let me pull up the details. I'm going to make my foregrip fatter? What's going on here? So yeah, it's all been very fun.
What would 0.02% more ADS stability do for me? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, it's very, very fun. And again, there's been some fantastic content creators out there as well who've been making some really good content around that to help me in particular figure all this stuff out. But yeah, it's been very, very nice. I think warfare is fun as well, definitely. And like John says, we'll have some of that tomorrow because my heart can only stomach about 3 hours of operations before I need to play something a little bit more chilled out like warfare.
Yeah, it's definitely a different pace of game. And we'll be talking a little bit more about warfare, but I'm very interested to see the choices that people make going into that one. In terms of other operators that we might see, I mean, we highlighted 3, right? You were talking to me about potentially bringing a demolition expert to take down the helicopter on Recoil.
Yeah. Bringing a Luru, right? You know, the guided missile, that could be a thing. I've seen some players using that to take down the helicopter and getting it to drop its loot as well. I think the original way you're meant to do it is you're meant to shoot out the pilot from the helicopter, which often feels like a bit of a gargantuan task, and unleashing that amount of ammo as well does reveal your position, but being able to have a Luru do that quite quickly might be the play here. But we'll see if some players actually opt to bring that out. Either way, those loaded munitions are very useful, not only at just the demolition side of things, but in terms of scouting as well, John. And I think that people definitely underestimate how good that is just like having a drone on the end of a rocket.
Absolutely, gotta love it. And it's got a little bit of punch packed, but the first match is now locked and loaded. We have our 6 teams getting ready to try and get all the value they can. You can see the map on the right hand side there. Teams looking fairly split apart from one another for the moment, but the maps are quite small, Blank. They are pretty close by no matter where you are.
Yeah, I think starting here on Space City, definitely the objective and the aim of the game is to get over towards that central position. That's where the majority of the strong loot is. Dormitory side of things is pretty decent as well. You will have to loot a little bit more studiously, let's say, to get that done. But right now, RNG over towards that top side, very, very close to the businessmen who are on the north side.
The shots are being popped. You can see the AI moving around. Important to deal with. They can do a decent chunk of damage to you. Won't be too hard to handle for our teams, I'm sure. But for now, They are chilling. RNG are revealing themselves, taking on these AI components, but doesn't look like they're in imminent danger. However, that might change fairly soon. People moving in on towards the north side.
Yeah, RNG fairly close now to green. And green right now do have the most extractive value so far with 200. Well, they did for a while until the colors changed. That's fine. That's fine. We're okay with this. we can figure this out.
We'll
I'm in
run
for
the
a
numbers.
loop here. We'll run the numbers. We will run the numbers after this one. Don't you worry, guys.
Absolutely. Goodness me. Yeah, still going fairly chill with it. No teams really overstepping their boundaries. No one getting too close for comfort. Now, this is interesting, right? We saw not legendary loot being brought in, right? We're not seeing high-value loot being brought through on the drop already by some of these players. Yeah,
I mean, bringing gold armor in would be fairly decent for you. And we were talking about this earlier as we were wondering whether teams are going to be bringing in gold armor, gold ammo, maybe towards those later matches, depending on how much value that they've been able to accrue over the last couple of days. Again, it's very likely that you're going to go down here in a couple of these situations. Security Director, there's Moulins on deck right now. Should have some pretty nice loot on him if he's be able to take down, but I think teams are a little bit more preoccupied with one another at the moment. RNG currently taking things very slowly, and all respect to them as well, because you do want to be very cautious of how you play this out. Make sure you can get as much loot as possible, but I think these first, let's not say few minutes, but probably the first 7 minutes of the game is likely going to be just trimming down the numbers. If you're able to get rid of a couple of these players around you, then you can start to move a little bit more closely towards that center, towards a lot of the good loot. Unlike other games where there is a massive amount of teams in here, if you take down one, you know, that's already a lot of the lobby missing almost immediately.
And of course, the name of the game, we brushed on it earlier as well for operations, is to extract with the highest value of loot possible in your bags, in your possession, as you get on out of there. At the moment, it looks like Pro may be looking to move closer towards that CEO office, that very central area, and RNG the ones to face them. Potential for a little bit of a sweep through from the businessmen from that central command building at the top to maybe try and push down, but it looks like they're more concerned out to the east side. A little back and forth conversation here, but Pro not really finding too much. They have found one another, though, and our first battle is underway.
Yeah, maybe Pro just keeping things nice and easy at the moment. But 7 a.m. enjoyers. My screen. Yeah, it looks like we do have Stinger on board, which is what we assumed we'd see a lot of here. The businessmen, though, slowly getting up behind Magnum here. It's a little bit frightening, actually.
Uh-oh. Caught unawares.
He's very exposed.
Oh, they see him completely. They know exactly where he is. Stinger around the edge, looking to try and get a little bit of healing done there as well, but there's an answer. The flank comes through. They got more to deal with than they thought. The fortunate thing is they were right next to that cover. They can go for these reses. Magnum is down in the meantime, but he's got a little bit longer to go.
I mean, Popi team on the sidelines, Magnum through alongside with Souls as well as Magnum. I mean, that looked like it was so in the bag there for the businessmen, but not meant to be. They do have to heal up, get those repair kits going. Looks like they chunked most of the vests as well, which is really unfortunate. Especially that happens a couple times. You're out of chest repairs. That's pretty much over for your vest, and you'll be taking a lot more damage. I've noticed that a lot of teams are using the AKM. Fairly cheap weapon, honestly. Still hits very hard. I think a lot of the top teams have started to use that a lot as well, but not for the reasons you might expect, right? The gun, although is decent, not as strong as maybe what you'd be looking at with a M4, but it's just cheaper and easier to get the handle of when you're running into these matches and get work done with it. So again, it's just a cheap option, which works very well if you don't want to have to bring in some of your most expensive kit into these lobbies.
trying to conserve as they go around. We're seeing a lot more engagement here now, though. 3 teams in this location, Blank. You can see them all scattered around this exit. The triple bomb there coming on through. Trying to just create some space for the rest of his team. A nice little clip there. And that is how you do it. Cthulhu able to land the spray down along the sidelines. Spots an ankle. Sweeps it tactfully.
You got a ton of teams making their way over towards this location as well. It's getting very hot now. But Cthulhu's doing a fantastic job to keep his team covered, at least for the time being. Playing around this area, quickly dropping the smoke here, showing you just what a medic can do on the front lines.
Hey, just because it has that little healer symbol doesn't mean they can't dish out the damage as well. Nox coming on through. Cthulhu can't quite get the position, though, to get his teammate back up. And there is a pushback. A resurgence coming on through, lighting up the sidelines there. Spending a little bit of ammo. And you need to be worried now. No chance of getting their teammate back up. Done and dusted. These for the birds.
Yeah, good nades actually coming through. It's forced Cthulhu out of position. Again, looking for a little bit more damage here from Litos, who we're on board with right now. Taking some more shots down range. Yeah, it's a very, very slow match so far. We have lost 2 players.
Yes. 2 players so far. 1 knock, I think. Is that still? On the top right, you can see that little plus symbol. Wondering if that's I'm still alive but bleeding out. Have to wait.
I'm
and
having
see.
a bad time.
It's definitely a bad time no matter what it is. But you're right. We've seen, I think, is that a full squad gone already? Or does that not happen? I'm not entirely sure. But either way, isolate.
We'll figure it out.
Try and control it. We will figure it out eventually, I'm sure. Around the side, trying to joust 276. Not quite able to commit to the spray. Cthulhu nearly caught there, but a little bit of cover found. As they start to move up, breaking out wide for Cthulhu.
Yeah, I mean, for Cthulhu, the only unfortunate thing right now is waiting for smoke grenades from his teammates to come back online.
Nice.
Good push-up, though. Takes down one and goes to flush, but
Oh,
the
no.
smoke has to quickly reposition. Isn't able to make it happen. And that is a good pickup from Index.
That is really fast as well. Able to get that one done and back together, regroup, find that res, drop that smoke, get the cover. And that is exactly how you want to handle that situation. It was an excellent push out with the recon bolt from the Luna, able to scan the enemy, get that info. Did not expect that second swing. Nice team play coming on through.
Yeah, again, almost going to have the scan arrow available again. It's about 2% away. Maybe Pro currently making their way through. And look at this cluster of teams over towards that northeast side. I mean, no one's really getting away with this one. Got too many casualties, but it's a good pickup coming through from Souls as well as Magnum. That's from Popi team, who've completely surrounded this location. So for 7 a.m. as well as Businessmen, it's not likely they're getting out from this one too healthily. But whilst all this is going on, there's a lot of loot being gathered from the center of the map here.
Yeah, they're sort of doing a ring-a-rosy around the middle. With Pro and RNG just sort of giving ground, turning around. They know the value of being in this position in terms of their overall standings. You can see we've already got a team up to, what's that, 1.3 million, I think it was, as we're on board with 7 a.m. Index, I believe. Just searching through, trying to get everything he can, organizing his loot. One of the most time-consuming activities I find during these games is organizing your loot. It's playing Tetris whilst also playing an escape extraction
Delta
shooter.
Force.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's tough. It's definitely very, very tough. One of the more interesting parts of it. Again, getting loot on over on that side of the map on the northeast feels like maybe not the best timing for it, especially with there still being teams in the wings there waiting to pounce. Yeah, 1.1 million as well as 1.3 so far accrued. Slowly pushing that value further and further upwards. One team already leaving this match with 0 is a bit unfortunate. And although 3 players alive here for Team 6, nothing found at all.
Yeah, it's not ideal. You want a little bit more than that. Certainly that would be preferable. Almost Famous there, just trying to spot over towards 7 a.m. It looks like they may have found one of them.
Yeah, spot on the P90. A little bit nicer at cutting off these close range positions, stop them from pushing on through. And for Almost Famous, you know, time's running out just a little bit. They can't be getting themselves cornered out here for too long. But I think that they're willing to wait as long as it takes right now.
I mean, they do have a little bit more time to play with, right? There's not a huge rush on it, but the rest of the loot is going to be taken away by the rest of these teams. We're starting to get to the point where teams can just extract, not go for these kills, not really prioritize going for players, and instead just get out of there with what they found. I mean, you've broken 2.1 mil. If you can push to 2.5, it might be time to just call it, you know, just get out of there, lock in that value, carry it forwards, because only one team gets to go, and having one of these good starts is excellent for you when you've got 4 matches to play today.
I think for 7 a.m. enjoys, they've done really, really decently well here. 2.3 million already found. It's one of the teams that is absolutely caught up here. But if Almost Famous is able to take them out, they're able to extract a lot of that loot off the crates. 7 a.m. enjoyers will leave behind. So the stress is mounting for 7 a.m. here, making sure they don't go down too early. Quick stim up here for Index. Keep himself nice and healthy. The smokes might come through here just to cut off this location so they can push a little bit further in. Magnum's still in play, which is an interesting part of this.
Ooh, finally, shots traded through the open doorway here towards the printing room. Nades, utility starting to be invested as well. Not connecting, though. And Almost Famous may have to be a little bit more worried. They could get caught in the cross as soon as the teams in the middle start to conclude their looting spree. Smoke out for 7 a.m. to get a little bit closer as well. Give them some mobility around the rest of this fight. Pinging it out. Getting ready.
A nice little...
Ooh.
He's got the lineup. There's no way he's got the lineup. I don't believe it.
Go on.
I don't believe it.
I believe. I fully believe it's nowhere to be seen. It's completely... There's no way that was it.
No. Nothing there.
Yeah.
No lightning arrow drop down. Okay. I don't know where that thing went. That went straight to the moon. I left with a rocket ship on the south side of the map.
Hey, it's Space City. Got to start launching something.
It's got a good hold here. I mean, realistically, what they need is a strong bounce through this little area on the left-hand side here. Get a bit of damage done. That's a good recon. That gives them good position. They might want to push with this, actually. They know 2's on the left side.
Ooh, they got one down, but it is traded off there. Looks for the lineup. An excellent little peek wide comes through from Polish Bigos to be able to keep the team safe right now. Almost Famous holding on, and over the wall he goes for the little flank around the edge, and a second player falls. The reses need to come through for Only Famous, but it looks like they are cut off from each other. There's only one player standing, I think, on both of these rosters now. He knows where he is. He knows what he's playing against. Moves out wide. 7 a.m. on their last legs, able to make it work. That is Almost Famous going down, and they will have to struggle for that glory once more.
Yeah, it's a good pickup here coming through from 7 a.m. I mean, a tough fight, to say the least. I think as soon as that recon arrow goes through, they get a position. There's 2 on that left-hand side. I think you have to push off it. It was a bit disjointed in terms of the ledge grab from the Luna. I think if that came in a little bit quicker, they would have had the cross angle come through. I think they were slightly worried about Ryside, but Ryside honestly didn't do really all that much and stayed prone for the majority of it, which is fair enough. His position wasn't amazing. But for 7 a.m., strong stuff. They get 2 players back up. In terms of value, they are still the highest in the lobby.
That is very unfortunate, though. I mean, losing one player actually takes a lot of your potential value out, right? If you lose one, you cannot carry as much out of this lobby as you would like to, which is very, very unfortunate. Cutting that down by a third can really have an impact. That makes 2 mil a really solid barrier to try and breach. So even if you get those kills, even if you're able to take slightly higher value loot, your ceiling starts to get a little bit close for comfort. So we'll see what they can do to get that back up.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at the guys coming through from 7 a.m., it's likely going to be time to leave soonish on that northern side. Get yourself out of there. Be happy with the loot they've been able to accrue. I mean, they're up to 2.6 million now, which is a case of juggling the loot inside the backpacks, which you can see they're doing right now. There is teams still on the screen over on that northeastern side. Don't worry about it. They are dead. They just still show where their death rates were lost. RNG, on the other hand, they've been having a fantastic time. It's looting up everything they can. There still is a team in their close vicinity. They're keeping things as best they can right now with the 1.9 million. With the closest team at the moment at 293k. So only 2 teams really leaving here of a whole bunch of cash to be spoken of.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. You definitely want more than 300k coming out of this one, especially when you've got all 3 of your players alive. See how much more value they can get. The fact that they've managed to condense to 2.8 million for 7 a.m. over on that northeastern side. 2.8, 2.9. They're almost back up to 3 mil. Blank, I think it might be extraction time for 7 a.m. As they do break that 3 mil barrier, but it's really impeccable stuff coming through over on the northeast side. But not so lucky for RNG. It seems like they are only on that 300k, despite being in one of those central locations for so long.
Yeah, I think for 7 a.m., the difficulty now is getting down over towards the helicopter extract, paid extract, or the rocket extract. They'll have to wait. I think likely for 7 a.m., it's going to be a bit of a waiting game for them, for one of these 2 teams to get out as well. But they're likely going to stick out until the final moments of the game to ensure that maybe they can pick up the loot from one of those 3 teams that definitely dropped over towards that north side, one of the 3 spawn points. So it's an interesting one in terms of the fact, do these teams stay long enough waiting to see if they can pick off some of those players? Because you likely know that if a team went up against 3 other squads, 3 other squads, they should be wounded, which 7 a.m. definitely is right now.
Dropping that smoke cover, falling back. RNG moving away now. Gave ground, didn't find that initial pick that allows Pro to continue their ascent up the stairs. They would have heard those footsteps retreating. They're still going to be wary, but the smoke's cleared now as well, and they have managed to get up to the corridors. Those windows on the sidelines as they move down, not really going to expose them to too much, not too dangerous, but the information is there. If anyone wants to see it, a little bouncer on the underarm flash breaks the window. Stops the damage being absorbed. We'll be able to clear the sidelines. RNG setting up 1 up, 1 down. Ready for Pro. Pro turns, a little bit of damage, but not much more.
Yeah, they want to double peek, but this angle is nasty coming through from Hopsy, sorry. Yeah, difficult to keep him off there, but that's a lovely lightning arrow that comes through.
Ooh. Kyborg, nade over the top. Tries to clear the corner. That looked like a lot of damage landed there, Blank. You could see a lot of those health bars going low, and that's going to force them off the corner. Excellent connection, and RNG once more have to give ground.
Yeah, and the healing is going to take a little while here as well. I mean, look at the vest on these guys. Helmet almost gone completely. Vest completely gone for Gregor. Again, getting them off from that catwalk is so important. It's a really hellish angle to play a lot of times. But that nade just opened it all up, and they have to back off into this room now, which gives maybe Pro a lot more to work with. Now, there is a possibility that 7 a.m. takes this moment to figure out their way down towards that south side. I mean, 4 million, you absolutely just want to get out now, right?
I mean, it kind of feels that way, especially with 2 players. Imagine if they had a third. They would have been able to pack in quite a lot, I'm sure. Some super high value being extracted from this one. But they do just have to survive. Getting to an extract point is their next port of call. However, for RNG, it's getting more value out of this one completely. I mean, they're only on 300k with all 3 of their players alive. They've just been so focused on getting, I guess, eliminations, on holding some ground and trying to go late looting into it. So they're having a little bit of trouble gathering those resources. And there's no guarantee that they're able to win that fight, but they do have the most central position.
Yeah, it's real problematic. So 7 a.m. taking the zip line across Central Command Bridge. I'm going to start to move down. It's hard though, right? Because I'm going to have to go to the test range or the centrifuge facility to pull one of those levers for the helicopter. They could try and make their way all the way down to the rocket, but that's going to alert these 2 squads. But currently they are hot in pursuit of one another in terms of RNG as well as maybe pro. So 7 a.m. could maybe sneak this one in. Though I think that they completely do not know the situation, what's happening down on that southern side.
Transition occurring now for pro. 2 mil in the bank. They do not want to get raided here. They're just taking care of those AI components. This means that RNG are going to be a little bit more free to operate how they want to. Oh, dear. That is unfortunate for Kyborg. They got a smoke. They got the healing. They'll be okay, but maybe not emotionally.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to definitely hurt the gear, though. And slow them down massively. Still 3 players up here. And you see them now. Now they're starting to look for those extracts, right? They're starting to worry about where these teams are going to be heading next. I'll be interested to see how many teams are able to get out here. Will it be 3 squads getting out with 2 million, 4 million, and 300k, or will it just be the one team making it through to the end? That's 7 a.m. up top right now. It's RNG.
Oh, this is 7 a.m. though. They spotted pro. Oh my goodness. If they can take down pro here, or at least one of the players from pro out in the open, it's going to be really hard to get them back up. 7 a.m. do know what's going on, but they are only 2 players, and taking a fight at this stage is a risk. Shots coming through. I think that might be from the area, but in comes RNG. Look at the minimap on the top left flank. You can see they are moving into position overhead.
Nice.
They're a little bit further up, but this is the crawl down the sidelines from 7 a.m. They are trying to navigate to the south edge of this compound.
Yes, it's been very, very tactical coming through. So it does look like they're heading either for the rocket extract or for the helicopter, but I don't think the helicopter's been popped just yet. So likely they'll defend out on the rocket. And I think they understand from the way that that team was playing in front of them that it's likely that they're engaged in combat right now. Flash goes through on the recon drone. Nothing found just yet, though. Kyborg is desperately searching. So we're going to get a quick go on the helicopter, get that one extracted. Just move out with the 2 million. I think they've realized that for running around with RNG, it's getting way worse for wear for them. 2 million, it's a good amount, and they'll be happy to leave with it.
Excellent results coming on through. And there's one of those knives we were talking about. Nice and silent. Certainly deadly to the AI. As Pro just trying to move past this one. RNG pretty close in the way. I mean, now that the helicopter extraction point is active, teams are going to be prioritizing looking for control over that. In the meantime, 7 a.m. continue to slip past, but peeks the corner, doesn't quite hold the angle at the right time there. Immediately destroyed on the gadget there. The flash not going to have an impact. Kyborg has to fall back, but there's the electro arrow. Will shock off the corner and isolate that position.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. In terms of maybe Pro, their Luna play so far has been really good. In terms of using the electric arrow just to deny space, like they're not always that easy to place, especially in a position like that. So well played so far. That's actually a very nasty position to have to hold down. So forcing at least Gregor down on this low ground is decent for maybe Pro, but Ghoul's going to have to try and get himself healed up.
Ooh, a nade here for RNG might be in order. You can see they're looking to try and put them back down range as well. Try and stay alive, try and stay in that extraction zone in arm's reach of it. They're worried about their flank. They might as well be. Using these
minutes,
nades
though.
is eating into their value as well, remember. They're down to 1.9 mil, but they'll take it. They'll take that hit. Happy to expend that resource to try and get the rest of it out of there. 7 AM going to do anything about this? You could see them off in the distance there, just behind RNG's position.
I mean, either they're waiting to try and assassinate the helicopter extract. I mean, at this point, like, nothing's been happening. If you're 7 AM, you're thinking about just taking the rocket, but you're getting very low on time now.
Goodness me, everybody.
This would be a funny ending to the first match. No one extracts.
Nobody extracts. Everyone's too busy fighting each other. In go Pro for a little bit of a rotation. They go out wide here. And
Nice.
a lovely little pick up there onto the corner. Keep themselves intact, but not so lucky. The crawl back comes through for RNG. Grego tries to reposition. And he does manage to get on the inside. Newt is already on that res. They need to get 3 players alive to stop this rotate coming through from Pro, but they're making their way through. Do 7 AM have a hold on this? Are Pro running into the waiting jaws of our current value leader?
I think for maybe Pro, they're just leaving. They're getting out of here. 2 minutes left remaining. Extract's got to happen. Nice jump. Getting across. Another one required. Getting those knives out. A bit more parkour, like you say.
Parkour. Excellent. You got to say it, otherwise they don't make it. It's the rule. Around the sidelines there. Little low ground rotation. Pro is still on the rotate. They're swiveling. They're getting gone.
Oh, 7 AM though. They are wandering right over towards them. Maybe Pro's been very cautious so far. 7 AM just biding their time, but time is not on their side. 1 minute 37 now left on the clock.
Index holding the corner. Trying to stay as silent as possible here. And Pro are going to be making enough noise to be aware of their presence. Looks like Kyborg has spotted another team. It's RNG. I mean, they haven't left from this engagement yet.
This feels like...
RNG are going to be trying to push into this same extraction area as well. I mean, sure, Pro are here. Hang on a minute. Index has this corner. He's got one on the line. Up 2-3. Is he going to be able to get the spray down? Doesn't catch Entry. Oh, it does get one knock. There's backup from across the way. The flash around the corner keeps them at bay. There's
nice.
those nades coming in on through. Trying to
Overclocked as well now.
move those shots forwards. The res not really accessible just yet. They're going to have to wait a little bit more. But 7 AM now looking for value. Breaking out wide, and there's another team ready awaiting. RNG have just spotted one, and behind the cover. Get the healing done. Index is there in the smoke. Tries to step forwards. So much danger, and 7 AM may have just thrown it all away. 4 million in value, and RNG? Are they down too? What just happened? No, they extracted.
They're out.
But they didn't get the value. Oh no.
That is unfortunate. 1.9 mil, 10 seconds to go.
Wait, did both teams extract?
I think maybe...
Because I'm seeing 4 mil, and I feel like that might be it.
I think that might be it.
Wait, the other teams didn't even extract. What is going on?
Oh, that is...
What just happened?
Painful to say the least.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that's an interesting end. I mean, it was very, very high octane all the way until those final moments. I mean, 7 AM just sat inside that smoke as long as they could. I believe it was a double extract potentially there for them. They lived for it and managed to get out. But for maybe Pro on the other hand, who had done so much up until that point, weren't even able to get out. Good hold from 7 AM.
Absolutely. Fantastic stuff. Well, that is certainly one way to close down a game. We're going to be taking a short break and we'll be back with some standings and getting ready for match 2. But expect more of that in the future. We're going to be moving to Group B next.
Yesterday at 1500 hours, a convoy was attacked passing through Asara's eastern transport hub. Survivors confirmed the attack was perpetrated by the Asara Guard. This is the third attack this month. Residents and merchants in the area were already panicking. Hamka, one of the leaders of the Asara Guard, is our prime suspect. He operates east of Zaltiva and has been extremely active lately. We have reason to believe that he is trading stolen supplies with an unknown party in exchange for arms. You need to find out what he's planning. At dawn, recon drones sighted Hamka in a fishing village near Zaltiva. Get there, find and neutralize Hamka ASAP. The village is unusually quiet today. Watch out. Don't fall prey to an ambush.
Take out the intruder! Chivalry barrage! What the? Target down! Go for it!
Beware of hostile suicide vehicles.
For Hamka! Fire! Take them out! Something's wrong there!
This bridge is vital for transit. If the bridge is blown, we'll lose our reinforcements. Disarm those bombs, now!
Stop them! Go! Full throttle!
All bombs are disarmed. Good job.
Fire! Pull them back!
A Havoc heli? What's it doing in Asara Guard territory?
Our vehicle needs to be fixed! Loser, over here! RPG! Take them! Taking damage! Fire! Fire! Grab them! Now!
Hey, look at that. Operation Serpentine. Looking pretty cool there. But we did, of course, have a pretty crazy finish to our first match of the day so far here for the operations section of the Delta Force Community Tournament for Europe. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. We are back for the second time now to jump into a second match, which will be coming up very shortly. But first, we've got to go over what happened in those last few minutes, because we're going to go to our results, I think, in just a moment to see what teams were able to get away with. But we think we've sort of unraveled the knot, not entirely, but we'll have to wait and see fully for the statistics. But in terms of that final extraction station, it got a little bit chaotic.
It did, yeah. And I mean, what it came down to is RNG as well, 7 a.m. on the same point, on the same extraction. And we were thinking, you know what, they're going to lose half of their extraction value for 7 a.m. But they actually only went down. So their only knock there was indexed. And so he actually was able to extract in the final moments because they weren't quite able to eke out those last couple of shots to take him down. So 7 a.m. actually leaves that match with 3.9 million. It was an unbelievable setup from 7 a.m. And you can only say hats off to them because it's a fantastic way to finish their match in the final throws, the final moments of the game. But for Maybe Pro, it was a very sad ending.
Yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate there, not able to enact the extract. And I mean, when there's three teams all competing for that same extraction point, it's got to be difficult. You can't always push on through. They're going to be guarding this out. And that is a dynamic that I think we weren't expecting as much of to be coming on through into this stage of the tournament, right? Guarding out those extraction points, teams sort of biting the bullet and going a little bit lower. Here's the standings from that last match, ordered, I believe, by value at the moment. You can see three teams not getting anything from that game on our bottom page. 4 kills, though, for the Businessmen. Madara Flow able to do a lot of work there, but unfortunately couldn't quite make it to the bottom line on that one. Let's take a look, though, at our high-value teams. Oh, hang on a minute. He didn't manage to make it out. Index did fall, and so the value didn't count. Okay. I thought that they did all extract, but no. He's going to be chopped down. Still, that puts 7 a.m. in first place. You can see, what is that, 323k for RNG, Maybe Pro with 800k, and 7 a.m. Enjoyers will be up there with 1.4 mil. So a far cry from the 4 that we thought they had.
Yeah, so I don't know how maybe Pro got out then. That's interesting, right?
I think one of them extracted.
One of them were able
possible?
to extract. I didn't think any of them were extracting at that point, so curious, definitely very curious. For 7 AM enjoyers, I thought Index was only down. He should have been able to extract, so interesting that they came out of a value of 1.4 million, but still they'll be fairly happy with that one. RNG being able to get 2 players out, and it ended up not being all that bad, despite being one of the lowest counts in terms of extraction value by the end of it, going away with 323,000. But 4 kills there on side from 7 AM enjoyers. Litos doing a lot of the heavy work, so although Madara Flow did very good, Litos was trailing as Ina Uchiha. We're going to take a look at the match 1 statistics shortly, which is for Group B, which actually ended up with the boys 1.7 million with a full 3-man extract as well, which is awesome.
Yeah, and managed to get 1.7, although it's not quite the high heights of what we were able to see 7 AM actually have in their inventories, despite not being able to extract it. They still get all 3 out, and I think that that's worth noting, right, is getting all 3 of your players out, oftentimes, it's just going to be so much more value. And the fact that only 2 teams got value out of this game makes me wonder where the rest of it went, right? Like, was it another case of everybody died on those final extract points, or just nobody went for central looting locations? As we hop on over to Group C, where we see a little bit more starting to come on through. 2 teams with 2.64 million and 2.54 million in Team Sigma and Ballas.
I mean, JBK, what a run from this guy. Certainly a Sigma boy. JBK getting away with 4 kills with 2.6 million all on his lonesome, which is great. All on his Todd, honestly. Ballas with 2.5. 2 players getting out there with Insomni as Robert Taku. But you're right, yet 0 extraction value for practically anyone else. We'll be taking a look at Group D next. But for the semifinals so far, Team Sigma, I think that they're coming away with the highest extraction value thus far.
What was it, 2.6?
Never mind.
Take that
Never
back.
mind.
There they are, Pari, with almost 5 million coming out of the first game. So for Group D, it feels like that might be done and dusted. Nobody else getting anything in that game as well. They have a massive lead coming through. And if they're allowed... I need to double check, actually, if they're allowed to take the things that they looted out of the first game into the second game. But either way, they have a massive head start.
Yeah, that is unbelievable. And yeah, you kind of have to space out your loot, right? Because it's not likely that you're going to be getting a lot of extraction value on most of these games. So you got to make sure you can afford weaponry going into the next one. But massive stuff. Only W as well with 4.1 million and 3.7, 1.7 for ChillGuys. So this was a little bit more even overall for Group E, which is nice to see. But 6 kills on the side of Only W. They really did go hard on that game.
All right, excellent stuff. Group E, who we will not be seeing today, but if OnlyW can keep it up, we'll be seeing them in the finals. However, they do have some competition there. And of course, with only 4 matches to play, it is a little bit volatile. Sure, you can have a great first game, but you need to be able to convert that into the next 3 matches as well, making sure that you stay ahead. If you do have a 5 mil lead, though, it's gonna be pretty tricky to close it down. From here on out, you think just go for the edge positions, goes for those small loot locations, get safe extracts, get maybe 1 mil a game from this point onwards, and it's unlikely that anyone can really catch you, especially looking at Group D. But for Group E, there's definitely some contests in the air.
Yeah, it's a big amount of competition. It's crazy they're able to extract with this much value as well. 4 million, 3.7 and 1.7. That's more than combined of anything that Group A was able to put together. So some very, very good extraction. And the fact that Yaku Poseidon was able to extract all by himself 3.7, that's some serious inventory management going on there.
That is some real strong Tetris going on. It's very, very solid to be able to get that. And his team's going to be very happy to see that one come through. Yeah. But that is only the first match, Blank. And of course, we have to turn our attention to the next matches. I think we do have the overall standings coming up. So we'll be taking a look at those in just a moment as well. But into this second match, are we thinking that things are going to change a little bit? As definitely, there you go, Pari, up in the top spot there. We dropped below that 1 million mark down in 8th place. And the highest rank for Group A is actually, I think A is actually the lowest highest rank, if that makes any sense whatsoever on these tables.
yeah, it's slightly unfortunate. For the boys, on the other hand, this will be the team that will be watching going into our next match of the day, 7th place, alongside with the Cucarachas in 10th place with 700,000. The boys been able to strike with 1.7. It's not bad at all, but it's nowhere near on side with Group E's only W, and specifically Group D with Pari with 3 kills only, but damn, were they rifling through some suitcases.
Absolutely. Group E, half of Group E were able to get out ahead of anybody from both Group B and Group A, which is really quite interesting. 3 teams from Group E towards the top of those tables. Definitely at the moment the highest value group to extract from match number 1. We'll see if that continues to be the case as time goes on. Of course, the overall standings, they're nice to sort of see where you're ranking against the other teams, but of course you've got to remember it is only the top team from each group. That would mean that at the moment it would be Pari, Team Sigma, the boys, 7am Enjoyers, and I feel like I've missed one, but you get the idea that we'll be going through to those grand finals, right? It wouldn't matter if your Goblins team right now, despite beating everyone from Group A, you haven't beaten OnlyW, so you would need to be able to beat them as well to be able to grab that spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, so for Group B, the competition is pretty hectic on that side, and that really didn't change too much from that first game. I think 3 teams will be pretty sorely disappointed, unfortunately, but there is still some stiff competition going on in Group E. I'm excited to see what happens with Group B now going forward, though, John, just particularly because, you know, they didn't get a lot of extraction values. There's still a lot more to play for.
Yeah, I think we do have a little bit of a halt on proceedings for just a moment longer. We'll be going to a short break. We'll come back when we're ready for match 2. Hello and welcome back. We are jumping into match number 2 very, very shortly. Thank you for sticking with us. We've just been making sure that everything is nice and fair for our teams to continue into their second game. We saw at the end of match 1 rather for Group A, things get a little bit hectic. Not as much value as maybe they would have liked extracted from that match, but the rest of the groups didn't do too badly either. So we'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to ring that bell at the end of the day and grab themselves a spot in the grand finals. But for now, we've got another match to play, and we're moving to Group B.
We are indeed heading over towards Group B now. Obviously, we have had one match. I know it's felt like a little bit longer, but there you go. We do only have 2 more matches after this one. We're sorry for the slight delay, but we're getting back into the games as quick as possible. So for Group B, here's our standings. 2-3-5. Actually, we're able to get a couple of points on side with Snowman and Glock being able to extract. Glock with a measly 10k, but 100k there for Snowman, 100k total there for 2-3-5. But as you head up the tables, you can see it's a little bit more even. SAEED picking up 150k, 700k for Cucarachas, as well as the boys with 1.7 million.
A nice little tidy result for them, now putting themselves 1 million ahead in terms of value. Of course, this is Operations, the name of the game, extracting value from these maps. The way you get value is by getting loot, running around, claiming some objectives, taking on enemy players, and making sure you don't go down in the process. If you do, you will not be able to extract, and that's going to severely reduce the value you can get out of that. You can see what happened there on the Cucarachas team, as only one of them was able to get out, so they were only able to find 774,000 value. So here are our teams going to be dropping on in for match number 2. Of course, all of our groups are playing at the same time. They're playing concurrently, which means that we're only watching one group per match that we have today, but every single group will be playing 4 matches total. So we're in for the second of Group B's roster. So you can see the teams there lining up to drop on in.
That we do. So obviously for here, we're watching Group B. They've already had one match underneath their belt. We watched a slobber knocker over in Group A, which is very fun to watch. We did crack the code eventually after being able to rewatch it about 1,000 times there on the highlights. Litos actually did go down, which was slightly unfortunate here. But John, I'm going to let you take this first section of the game off here on Brakesh with the Tower of Babel on that south side.
Yeah, it's being obscured on that mini-map, of course. You can see teams not too close to one another at the moment. The Cucarachas on that south side may have a little bit of pressure from that east edge. And it looks like they're going to fend off against it as well, over towards the water storage area. Some threats being found, but there's plenty more as well just around the corner. It seems like teams are going to condense fairly quickly. I'm wondering if the team up on the north side is just going to be able to sweep through, get away with this game, and find some hefty value. At the moment, first pickup has gone through. Not too much to be seen, but only 200k in the pocket so far for any of our teams. Some damage going back and forth, so a lot faster off the mark here for the teams in this lobby to go for these fights. Little scouting arrow there. Bigashard is looking for it, knows where the players are, waits for the peek, goes for the spray, doesn't quite connect fully there. Will not be able to pull that one back into control, unfortunately. Knows the player top right, but immediately rips his head back off.
Yeah, nice shot from Spolkin. Actually, we'll get the flush on through over towards Gashard. Can be res back up, but all they really have to do now is just guard the body. 2 players in the back there, making it very difficult. We're on side here with the boys. Currently, the highest extraction value. Fortunately for them, down a player already is tough. Very, very bad news for them. 7 Cloud. As well as Mark G. And Gashard. Trying to make something happen. Snowman. Giving it cool as ice on the other side of this wall.
Oh dear. He doesn't look so well. I have to try and take a moment, take a breather there. Stinger to come back to full health. Full fighting fit form, and that is a really good pickup for the boys. I think that was over towards Cucarachas, if I'm not mistaken. On the high ground, spots another, has to handle it. Doesn't take too much damage as well in the process. And he's going to get away with this one. Do need to be worried about that north flank potential to be exposed there, but it looks like the boys want to commit. Cucarachas, in the meantime, going for a res.
Yeah, Dragonflies are out. This is a tough timing for them. And that was the recon drone going through, so they have a little bit of knowledge of what's going on this location. Spots
dear.
it. You can't be caught slacking like that. And immediately 7 Cloud has to drop back down for Toxic. It's no big deal.
All the boys, though, still with that one player bled out on the off angle there. I don't think they can get him back, so playing fully as 2 now. They are committed. Cucarachas also going all the way down. Little sneaky beaky step up. Coming on through on the opposite side. In the meantime, 235 as well. Just trying to make their way on in. Silent as the grave, and maybe looking to put a few in there with them too. The shots start to ring out. It's getting louder. Volume turned all the way up, but the nades looking to try and connect.
That's nice.
That's a lot of damage
Wow.
and a beautiful knockdown. A triple exploder. Bang, bang, bang. Thank you very much. Moves on in, and Glock leads the charge for 235. One player now left standing on the opposing side for them, and they will get that flush out, taking it all the way away. Peek out wide, it's all up to Flex, but there's nothing doing, and Snowman takes the heat. Will not melt under it.
Yeah, good run up there from 235 as well. Glock spotted here from Mark. This is over on the side of the boys. We're now back up to 3, so they're able to get that res going through. I mean, they had such an unbelievable approach, and I'm very surprised that they're committed to that res on the top side. The boys are happy about it. What side out was a pretty bad situation. Alex Q, I don't know how likely he'll be able to get Spalkin as well as pull Matt up again. I don't think it's likely. The boys have this locked down.
Yeah, those 2 are flushed out there. You can see Cucarachas need something desperate to be able to pull out the bag here, but it is just the boys standing watch. 1.2 mil found. I think that may be for 235. I'm not entirely sure. That could be for the team all the way up on the north side still, though. In terms of the value, I'm looking at that top right side. I have to wait and see who is going to be able to play that one down. Unleashing the swarm there. It's quite a satisfying animation. Whoa, whoa! Where did that come from?
Yeah, annoying beasts, honestly. I've seen those bad boys take 2 magnetic bombs before, by the way, and still bite my leg off. Like, what's going on? They're tanky as anything.
That's a Friday night in London.
It's true. Just the Nile crocodiles coming through.
Absolutely. Upstream. Against the current. Goodness me. I feel like it takes a real megalomaniac to use alligators and crocodiles as sentry guards. As we get a little replay on one of the spray downs, the flush outs there as well from the boys. Just doing a lot of work there. Able to ensure damage inflicted. So far, I think only the one team is down fully. And it is... Is it the boy? Do the boys only have 1 player left standing? What happened to them?
No, the boys got 3 still. Yeah, the boys still up with 3. They're team 4.
Ooh.
That's annoying. See what I mean? These bots are frustrating at times.
And 235 are right there.
Oh, yeah, they have eyes on. They have good information.
Well, that's very unfortunate.
Oh, this isn't 7 Cloud. We're being lied to.
Ah, okay.
It's Alex Q.
That makes so much more sense. Well, it's not anymore. Either way, goes down. Cucarachas, unfortunately, not able to survive the apocalypse this time around. They'll have to go again. Not going to be able to get any value from this game either. 1.8 mil now found, and that is from 235. So they have managed to do very well. I'm looking up at that north side and just thinking, if these guys can just trash loot through, do pretty well for themselves at the moment. I don't know how much value they have, but it's got to be more than 0.
True. You're not wrong. Right. There's definitely stuff to be found over in the north side. Blue River Hotel is completely open, so there's a safe there for them to pick up. Everyone else went down for the Tower of Babel. Has a lot of great loot in this location as well. There's the safe to crack upstairs once you get there. So you can see why a lot of teams did head down here in the first place. You are looking for trouble. But for Without Aim and SAEED, the team on that north side, there's a strong chance they'll be able to pick up some good loot.
Yeah, they may be a little bit overly cautious, though, because you might expect more teams to be up there and trying to get that same thing done. The boys, they're up to 1.2 mil in value. As they're picking their way through the various floors of the new Tower of Babel. And it seems like they're trying to make everybody into 7 Cloud, but that's just not what it is. That's not what's happening. This is over, I think, on the northern side.
Hey, that's what I was talking about.
This is what you're talking about.
Yeah, so they did bring it. They did actually bring the AT4 for the situation. Helicopter doesn't go down, though.
Ooh.
It's struggling. It's definitely struggling.
That is unfortunate. You can see it does have a little bit of a rebuttal, I think it's safe to say. The explosives not quite connecting there properly. Maybe have another go. See if you can take it down the second time around. Or is it going to be third time the charm? We'll have to wait and see.
You know, I thought I could trust the UI, man. I thought that was the one thing I could trust. But if you're at
This
home...
might
look,
be
you can
7
play-
Cloud, though. That legitimately, I think, was 7 Cloud.
You can play a fun game with us here. It's trying to figure out who's who. We're playing a game of... well, literally who's who.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice nade.
Is it?
Yeah.
I mean, he bounced it, which is nice, but...
It's onto the stairs. So if anyone was trying to push, he would have picked up the damage on it. That was nice. Unfortunately for them, Chinisezez is just not quite close enough yet.
Is there a recon coming up? No, it's still got 50% left on the charge. And that's just the electro dart.
I mean, it's good. Again, I think we've seen a lot of this, so John, which is just a case of holding down those locations and making sure there's always something in the way. That looks like it's going down.
That is definitely gone down now. And over on the north side, that should be a massive, massive pickup coming on through from SAEED. I believe that's the team, this team that's up on the north side, and they're uncontested fully.
Yeah, because now they've got no helicopters to worry about, so they can just loot freely. Which is really good news for them. You know, I never use the ricochet, right? Because I always mess it up. So that's the first time I've seen, like, actually decent usage for it.
Oh, he spotted him. I think he spotted him on the jump peak there. Yeah, swift reposition comes through. A door opens, though, and that's a little bit more dangerous than I think he expected. There's the swarm. There's the recon. They should know where this player is now. He's going to light up this door frame as soon as he can. Spots the movement. Goes for the spray, but a couple of shots is all he's going to be able to take. Falls back to safety. Discipline coming on through. On the flip side, holding the door frame. And the boys have been trapped in this building now, in this room, for quite a while. Still no shots exchanged.
Yeah, it's tough for him. I think, did they get a player out? Yeah, maybe down towards that right-hand side. Whilst it was all getting a little bit terrifying, and now they are truly in the jaws of the Tyrannosaurus Rex as the boys make their way down. Push on through for the leaves. Good spray from the hip. And we'll find another, and the boys successfully make their escape.
Excellent news for the boys, and they'll be able to grab a whole lot more value. Speaking of value, you can see the numbers start to climb from that north side team, grabbing all of the value from that helicopter as well. We're up to 3 teams over a mil. First team looking to push over 3 mil. 235, they've heard this exchange. And the boys now have another team to worry about. Are they going to be caught unawares? It seems like they might do. And that's a brilliant opener for 235, but they need to capitalize quite quickly on this. They've had that trade. They've seen a lot of damage sent their way. The smokes are there. The crawls are back. It's still relatively unscathed, and the top rope is still under pressure. Gashard crawling his way back to the rest of his team, desperately needing to stay up as 3.
That's some awesome frags from Mark, honestly. He's really put a lot of pressure on enemy squads. Snowman is moving up. In comes a swarm. Goes on through. Should get some tags on board.
Oh, they know. They know that they're stood behind this. Little stanchion. Another nade from Mark to try and push them back.
He is
does take a
unreal.
lot of damage. Really nicely placed. Keeping that suppression down with this force of that electric arrow, with the nades that he's able to pull through. It's the only thing keeping 235 at bay right now for the boys, and they are happy for it.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job. I think for the boys, being able to just try to extract themselves from this location, because it's been one team after another, right? It's not been easy. It's not a fun location to try and extricate yourself from in the first place. So for the boys, it's decent work. It's hard to get too many of the objectives done right now in the tower, just because there are so many teams surrounding this location. Again, I think everyone had the same idea. We're all going to go for the tower. Try and force some presence off this location, so when the second map of Rakesh comes through, maybe another team will leave it just for them.
Luna definitely being favored in these teams now, with the darts, with the recon, the information you can get. Really, really valuable. Bringing the org into this match as well, for Mark at least. Meanwhile, over on the north side,
what did they do to him?
I don't know. It feels like they just, you know, those old little crooks that they used to put on, like vaudeville style, just yank him off the roof.
Yeah. Oh, they're watching an airbender at work for a second, but there you go. Yeah, in terms of denial of space, like those lightning darts are really strong. Even just the nades as well. The frags have been unbelievable from the Mark so far. Helmet is absolutely trash, though. Not quite on 0 HP on it just yet, but may as well be. Pretty much just got a chin strap hanging on by a thread.
Almost fully severed. You can see the health of the helmet and the vest just above that health bar in the bottom left. The player that we're on board with.
That is a nasty angle. I mean, they were both so close, taking each other out.
I felt like
Anytime the other peaks, yeah, it's bad.
Just about slipping the net there. But the value up on the north side just keeps climbing for SAEED. Look at that, up to 3 mil now, 3.1. I don't think that's going to slow down anytime soon. They've got so much of this map to loot through. The question is, how contested will their extract be?
I mean, I think there's a northern extract on that side, but it has to be activated by one of the players towards the center of the map there in Museum. I think that they could probably make their way down there in the first place and get it opened. I think for SAEED, it's very little risk for them at the moment. 1.2 million here on Gishard himself, which I think is the lion's share, actually. That's decent. Able to get a repair on the vest is very nice at this moment in time.
Grabbing that big vest repair kit. That lovely gold vision that you need when your gear's looking a little bit shoddy. Gishard's able to get the value out of it. 235 still in the standoff. I mean, there are 3 teams alive right now, blank, but only 2 of them are in this new Tower of Babel. And as I say that, the third is up north and we're on board with them now. They're just picking through. And this is exactly what I want to see teams doing more, right? Just staying out of it, going for the rest of the map and picking up everything. You get very consistent value from this if nobody else is doing it.
Yeah, I think for SAEED, there's 100% a case here where they would have been happy to fight another team for this location. I think that they make the right decision of that everyone's going to try and take tower for themselves and pick up as much value as possible from this one. But you've seen this. The standoffs have been absolutely disgusting in the tower, where SAEED, although the supplies in that location aren't the most amazing in the world, if they've got free reign over it, it's absolutely fine. Glock spots that just a little bit too late. And he makes the right decision, though. Pull back. No point exposing yourself for too long in that spot.
Oh, the bouncer on the shock dart. Hang on a minute. Where did that come from? An off angle? Was that a pick? Over towards 235. So 235 now down to 2. This is real tough stuff. They were trying to work the angles, but the boys caught them off guard. And I don't think that they can get back to him. I don't think this is resable. That's severely going to cut down their value they can extract here as well. Losing a player, we've seen it before. What an impact that can have on the overall value that you get from the match.
Yeah, for the boys, they've done really, really well. and I think they'll get even more loot off the back of this one. Picking up whatever Snowman had on board. I think that for 235, their overall value dropped by quite a bit. One Snowman went down. His gear is being taken off him.
I think it was somewhere in the 5 to 800k mark on them.
Oh, dear
There's that
me.
answer that they were looking for as well. A second knock, and that should be an easy pickup. On the flush, Mark is doing so much work for them.
Man, if he just pulled the trigger. Obviously, he doesn't have wall hacks like we do, but...
No. It's so much
Still.
easier when you know exactly where everyone is.
Damn.
Wrong
The
way,
boys
bucko.
are taking no prisoners today.
Ooh, we love to see it. Gets another helmet on board. Scooping through the loot. All the blue ammo, a couple of purple sets of gear. See, moving those ID tags up to the top as well. Taking those attachments off the weapons you can't carry. Getting that value.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe he picks up the M4 in terms of getting even more value on board, and then realized he had two M4s currently equipped.
Hitting the Akimbo M4s. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, so I think right now, although the boys have been in absolutely tumultuous territory this entire game, they are reasonably similar in terms of value between them and SAEED. So very, very good result. Two different playstyles, I would say, between the both of them. But there is still always that terrifying question of extraction. And we saw how bad that got on that last game, John. I mean, it might have been a little while ago, and if you only just tuned into the stream, it was two teams extracting on the same spot, just enshrouded in smoke in the very last second of the match.
Yeah, you've got to hope that there's going to be a little bit less argy-bargy around these extract points, given how separated these teams are from one another. Some potential options. Oh. A slow and lumbering machine gunner, but even if they do start to engage the AI, it's not going to be a big surprise that one team's down south and one team's up north.
The M shell as well. Oh no, that's a big item. They do not want to lose that. That's a huge amount of value on side. I was wondering when we see the first red item picked up. I'm surprised it's already in just game 2.
I did clock a red pocket watch in the previous match.
Oh,
in someone's
really?
Inventory. Yeah, I didn't bring it up. It was moving too quickly. But I don't know if it got extracted, so we'll have to wait and see.
So is that technically that would be the boys. Ooh, what just happened?
What just got picked up?
I don't know. They're to a fat 5.9.
They're almost on 6 mil now.
Yeah, something juicy which just got picked up by the boys over on well, not the boys, but SAEED just got himself a mega item. 6 mil, damn.
Searching the other backpacks here. They're going to try and be the most efficient possible in terms of that inventory space. You're looking at value per slot as the metric that you want to pay attention to.
Yeah, I think the crazy thing right now, though, for SAEED is that I think they realize now there's absolutely no one around them. So potentially it's just a case of they can forgo a lot of util and just pick up items. Because there's an extraction slot really close by to them.
And they should be okay to get there as well. I mean, they can drop things like, yeah, all utility, all meds, all anything that isn't just pure value. It is just value per slot now. It's the only thing you care about. And 6.2 mil for SAEED up in the north. That is huge. We were
Something
theorizing
juicy
about...
got picked up, though.
Yeah, I don't know what it
Definitely.
is. We'll have to try and find out, but... Wait and see. Oh, don't break your legs. Nice.
Again, I think that we talked about this earlier, but there is matches that you can feasibly get home with about 3 mil over in your pugs, but we've already noticed that a lot of players aren't taking the most expensive of gear into these matches. You got purple ammo here on side for SAEED. We don't know if that was picked up during the match, but what we saw from Group A was a lot of blue items being brought into the game. Then going from there. So that's the reason why we're pretty happy with 6.2 million. That's a great result in terms of itemization.
I mean, that would be the highest extracted value we've seen so far. Or no team was able to do that in the previous games. Ooh, what's the icon there for the boys? Is that a DC? Hope that's not a DC.
Might have been an extract.
Oh, I think you're right. So they've already sent one player home.
Maybe that's why they were figuring out loot to drop a backpack and get paid extract going through.
Ah, maybe.
But 8 kills, though. Really good result for the boys. Single-handedly taking down practically everyone in the tower.
Yeah. And I think with their previous match's result as well, didn't they do pretty well off the back of their last game?
It was about 1.7 mil. Wasn't crazy, but it was good.
So now they're going to be able to pick up a whole lot more. So 2 good games in a row. But with this game, SAEED, I think they may still be able to outstrip it.
Yeah, I mean, extraction is available now for them as well. And they set up the landmines, the sonic paralysis, even looting the bird nest as well.
Couple of eggs. Nice breakfast. Eat up, hearty. We've got 2 more matches to play. We should be seeing extracts coming through fairly soon. As the boys just tick over 5 mil. Yeah, neither team going to risk this. And neither should they. You can see 5 minutes. As they're unlocking a couple more things here. I think this is the boys. Ooh. Looking for some juicy little chunks of value to be seen. Total at the moment about 1.5 mil in the inventory. Just checking the values. Thinks he can get some more elsewhere. 5.1 mil. They're really eking out whatever they can here.
It's definitely time to go, though. And there is a question for the boys, is it where they want to extract from? I mean, they could absolutely head over towards the north side. We've still got 4 minutes left to go. I do wonder if SAEED is going to wait that out. But the extraction point is active in Tower Bubble, and I think both teams are just going to go for this one. No trouble.
Yeah, the time frame that you have to work with. I mean, the boys, there's no way that they leave to go north. There are only 2 players, with 1 player using that paid extract. But at the same time, there's no way that SAEED goes south because they've got over 6 mil. They're like, we're not fighting this. We're busy.
Yeah. Not worth it to us. I mean, 5.1 to 6.2. Barring the fact that, you know, the boys have had one hell of a battle, right? It has been a brutal arena for them down the tower.
Yeah.
Getting away with, like, only 1 million less than SAEED, who have basically played PvE this game. Not a bad result.
You'll be happy. You'll be happy with this one. And I think a lot of that, Mark was very impressive in those engagements, right? He was doing so much with those darts, so much with those nades. Watch out for the alligators. They do still want a piece. There's a little bit of last-minute reshuffle on the inventory there. The extracted value comes through. SAEED are now out with 6.2 mil. They have fully extracted. The boys about to do so too. With 2 minutes and 40 left on the clock, they'll be jumping out with 5.2 mil. As we take a look at some of the replays, this is on the down of the helicopter, which is where I'm sure a lot of value was found for SAEED. Crashed on the rooftop, and they were able to loot through it at their leisure. Now, last 2 players left in the map, and they'll be getting out of there.
Yeah, I think for The boys, it should be okay. I mean, they've got the extraction. They're still wary about this one as well, which is fair enough to them. Still worried. I mean, I respect the fact that they're still cautious despite taking down pretty much half of the lobby themselves. It's a really good result from them. I think they'll be very pleased with how this game turned out. Obviously, SAEED with 6.2 million is great, but again, we didn't really get a true power rating, I'd say, for SAEED. They didn't really go up against anyone too formidable. Or anyone at all, for that matter.
Yeah. It was very much everybody goes somewhere else, we'll take the rest of the map. And it goes to show what happens if you allow a team to do that, right? And generally, you've got those really strong points of interest on the map, but sometimes it's just not worth it. No pistol actually being picked up by Mark, so probably not just going to be anyone bringing those in. Could have been a little bit of extra value there, but with a minute left on the clock, they're still being cautious. And I mean, rightly so, with 5.2 mil between them. They do want to be careful, but just marking out some AI as well. Ensuring that they've got maximum value.
Pretty stacked M4 he's got on side, especially with the S3M. SR3M, really, really good weapon to have. Those mid to long range combat as well, and then the M4 for close. Not as much Hat Claw as I sort of expected in these matches.
That recon spot definitely being filled more by Luna, right, in this scenario. And I think that those arrows are definitely a strong reason why Hat Claw, we thought had more value, but it seems like we are disagreed with. I don't think that's
interesting.
I don't think that's true. I think they did extract with their value. We'll have to wait and see, though, to double check that the boys did get out with their entire... Can you imagine how disappointing that might be if they didn't get their entire value?
Yeah, it'd be pretty sad. It would be pretty sad indeed. We'll see. We'll see anyway. But yeah, for the boys, great job to them. Fantastic work overall. At 7Cloud, I think, was able to get out earlier on. But overall, just a good game from them entirely. I think that you look at that game, it definitely highlights those aspects is that even if you just want to jump into a map, you don't have to do too much fighting. It's definitely possible. You just have to head over towards the other side of things and potentially grab yourself some loot up there and make sure that you are doing your due diligence, because that's what SAEED were doing the entire time. I just think that when you look at the boys, they were just overall more impressive in terms of that display of gunplay.
Absolutely. I mean, they had control of those corridors, of those angles really nicely. No team really made it in unscathed towards that location. I mean, 235 pushed in from that south side. They had some engagements before that, so their armor maybe not as strong as it should have been, or could have been rather, in terms of that repair state. And so really well handled, really well fended off. They didn't have to deal with two teams at once, though. And in general, I think that, I mean, it's just going to work out for you. You're able to win those fights very, very quickly and efficiently in the forecourt of the Tower of Babel.
Yeah, it's a difficult location. There's some really interesting corridors and positions to play it, and especially where we were watching the boys go up against some of those other squads coming through, like 235, like difficult angles to play. But I think for the boys, it's just very good usage of utility to ensure they could get out. And I mean, there was one point I think where they caused a lot of commotion, and 7Cloud was able to make a really strong flank down towards that left-hand side in the midst of all that. It was really fun to watch. I mean, just cycling through both the recon arrows, very, very fun. Again, in terms of that engage presence, they don't really have that there, but with a lot of the lockdown potential they've got going through and the frag grenades overall, like, it is hard to keep them pinned down for too long. I think they're a team that just wears down their opponents so far. So for the boys, I'm very, very pleased for them. For SAEED, though, this is definitely going to be a game that jumps them far up the rankings.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that the boys got so much out of this game for SAEED, right? Because getting over 6 mil, phenomenal. But the fact that the top value team from the last match is able to get second top value in this game as well, not going to be ideal. Let's take a look at some of the stats from that last game. Of course, no value for these bottom 3 teams, and in fact no value for all but 2 of our teams as well. 2 kills found for Cucarachas, but that wasn't enough to get them further into this game. They did go down in that forecourt area. We saw the last of their players actually falling prey to one of the AI snipers there, unfortunately, having his location revealed because of that. As we hop on over to the first page, the totals end up thusly, and they did manage to extract all the value there for the boys. It was not a failed extract. 5.15 million coming through on that value, and 8 kills.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And I mean, for SemiCloud, it was a really good decision from them to put as much loot on him as possible and get him on the extract early to get out with 2.3 million, just in case something wild happened in the end there. At least they'd be leaving with 2.3 mil. So you can tell that the boys definitely taking this very seriously going forward. You can see 0 kills for SAEED. Doesn't matter. Extraction value is what counts here in operations. If you can make it happen, you make it happen. For the boys, I'm very, very curious to see what they thought about the fact that literally everyone went to the tower.
Yeah, it is sort of, I mean, it's definitely not necessary. We'll put it that way, as SAEED have demonstrated. Interesting that Bapok only got 627k. in the inventory, right? You'd have thought maybe there was a little bit more opportunity to bump those numbers, but we are gonna try and, I think, hang on a minute, Blank, I think we may have an interview ready, potentially. Oh, I think we're just getting it set up. We have got 7Cloud coming in soon, not just yet, making sure that everything is lined up and being able to be heard. But for the moment, we are going to have to wait just a moment longer. As the boys were able to get so much done on that south side. Take it back. I think we are. No, I'm not entirely sure where we're going, Blank. I'm lost at this point.
It's interview time. Let's take a little chat with 7Cloud off that last game from the boys. Fantastic work though from them, honestly. And I think that, you know, we've been able to watch 2 really good games from Delta Force today on operations. I know we had a slight downtime between map 1 and map 2, but so far it's been really fun.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been really quite interesting to see the developments. As we are joined by 7Cloud from the boys.
Hello.
Welcome
Hello.
to the stream. Thank you so much for joining us. That last game, you guys had the new Tower of Babel, not to yourselves, and in fact, almost every single other team joined you down there. Were you expecting that to be the case on this map? Were you thinking we are going to have to fend off every other team, or did you think more teams would stay further away from you?
Well, we thought it's gonna be like some commotion in the museum, but we didn't expect so much teams in the tower. And was like, okay, we need to play slow. We need to take angles and just don't push the things too far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the way that you guys held down 235, which is the team who's trying to assault you whilst you were trapped in one of the rooms there. Really good usage of Luna, though. I didn't expect that. I thought we'd see way more Hack Claw, but you guys really have locked it down with Luna.
Yeah, my teammates on Luna is just crazy. I don't know. Their nades is really good, and they use the utilities like on the top level, I think.
I think that's
Absolutely.
what we've seen over these last few games is Luna really having an impact. And it's Mark, right, who plays Luna for you guys.
Yes.
Really strong stuff. I think there was a point where one of you was down behind some boxes getting pushed, and he was like, actually, I'm just going to keep the entire enemy team suppressed. So, yeah, big shout out to Mark for you guys. Do you think that, I mean, obviously your operator picks do have an impact, as we've discussed with Luna, but are you guys more leaning in towards comfort picks, or are you following what you perceive to be maybe a meta sort of setup, or are you just feeling whatever you feel most comfortable on?
On the first game, we picked the other operators, and we got really pressed down by other team, and we thought, okay, we need to change tactics and take other operators right now. So we thought 2 Lunas are really great because they have 2 nades and 2 arrows. So we thought it's meta, and we take it. It's paid off.
Yeah, it has. I mean, the nades actually were way stronger than I first expected. Like, the fact that you can chunk 3 players, like half their HP on a corner, is nuts, dude. It's nuts. But yeah, really well played. I don't know if you were able to see or spot just after that game finished, but SAEED actually looted Northside Brakesh and got 6.2 million. They fought no one. No one was there.
Yeah.
You guys
We saw
literally
that, we
took
saw
on the
that.
entire lobby. It feels kind of bad though, because I feel like you guys should have come out on top with all the money in the world, but SAEED just had the best time. I think they were dropping guns at one point, just picking up loot.
Yeah, we saw that. I mean, they got pretty lucky with the loot, I guess. I don't know what they looted, but congrats to them.
Well, I mean, if you keep playing like this, I think you'll overtake them by the end of the day, unless they're able to pull out some more strategies of just playing on the other side of the world to everyone else. But I think that what you displayed in the second match has been unbelievable.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, excellent stuff. Thank you very much to Seven Cloud. Do you want to give a shout out to any friends, family, fans out there before you go?
I mean, I'm gonna give the shout out to my teammates, Geshart and Mark. Really great teammates. The best you can find.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Well, I hope they return the sentiment to you. Thank you for joining us, Seven Cloud. We have to get on
Thank you,
though, because we've got plenty more matches to play, as do you, so make sure you get ready for that one. We do have match 3 coming up fairly soon. I don't think we're going to have a break. We've had plenty of those already so far today, as we are going to get locked on in. I think we have to go over the results for a little bit across the rest of the lobby, and we'll see just what everybody else in every other group was able to do as well. But I feel like beating 6.2 mil might be a little bit too tall of an order to be moving forwards, because that was really impressive stuff for SAEED.
It was, yeah, absolutely. I think that when you look at what the boys were able to bring out, I'm sure we're expecting some incredible gameplay going into the grand finals, because there's definitely some strong teams here. There's some teams that have gone down with absolutely zero value whatsoever, but that's, you know, out of the picture. I think the grand finals are going to be very, very good. Hopefully teams start to figure out where their looting spots should be, because I think it's very, very difficult when you all loot the same spot. Typically you are throwing away a little bit of value in that sentiment. I mean, a lot of people understand that the tower is incredibly good in terms of supplies, in terms of extraction value, but sometimes you got to take the loss on that side.
Well, we are going to be moving on fairly soon. I think we've got the overall standings coming through in just a moment, the match statistics as well. But yeah, I think next match that's coming up, we are hopping back over, away from Brakesh, back towards Space City. Those are the matches that we are watching today, over towards Group C. But let's take a look at the standings from our games so far. For all of our teams across the board, this is Group A. This is what they're able to get, I believe, just on that last match. So maybe Pro able to run away with that one with 4.6 mil.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Pro actually was that team that was going up against 7 a.m., right? Very last moments, and was forced back and unable to extract off the back of that. I mean, 7 a.m. once again, Litos gets out with 1.4 million, and RNG there with 3.7. So overall, a much better return to form for RNG, but we're starting to see the 3 teams here that should be battling out for that top spot going forward. I'm glad maybe Pro was able to get 4.6 million, because they actually had a strong hold towards that central location in Space City, but they're on Brakesh, able to get a lot more out of it. The boys coming out with 10 kills overall and a 6.9 million value, so still ahead of SAEED. So hats off to the boys, well done. Even though it was a little bit of a struggle of a game, they made it happen, and with 10 kills, no less.
I think so. This is actually the overall standings for each of the groups, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was just from that last match, but yeah, they still sit atop the bunch, just about. Hot on their heels, though. Group C, in the meantime, looks like 3.2 mil, so a relatively low comparative scoreline coming through from Group C, with Ballas and Team Sigma being close to one another, definitely within one match's loot of each other.
Yeah, for Ballas, it feels like both of these teams, both Team Sigma as well as No Game No Life and Ballas, they all got the majority of their value off that one match on map 2. Pari, once again, still at the top with 5 million in the bag. Bunny Reapers at 3 mil and RoyalBlue down on 2.2. So Group B definitely taking the lead in terms of those mega numbers in terms of extraction value.
Yeah, I'm glad we were on board with them for this one, although maybe Group E will surprise us. I think they had
They
the
could
highest
do.
extraction value in the first match, if I'm not mistaken.
Damn.
There you go. Only W. Able to get 7.8 mil. That is the highest, I believe, of any team in the lobby right now, in any of the lobbies as well. And again, we're not going to be seeing these guys. But what's even more surprising is that Wrath Squad and Goblins team are both over 4 mil as well in second and third place in Group E. So definitely a group to watch out for. They know how to get value out of this game.
Yeah, I mean, all those guys have definitely been playing this game for quite a while now. I imagine all the way through from Alpha. So honestly, it's sort of to be expected that they would be doing very well here. I think they know this game inside and out so far. Overall, very, very happy to see it. Again, we won't be not watching Group E for the entirety of the time, but we will have to wait until the 11th of January before we can watch that Grand Finals, and we might see some of those players from Group E joining us. In fact, we will.
Yeah, we will have at least, well, actually only one team. As we take a look at our overall standings, you can see we're starting towards the bottom side of the tables with still, what is that, 7 teams, unfortunately? 8 teams, sorry, not able to get any value so far, and a lot of them from Group A. That is unfortunate.
I mean,
3 teams from Group A not getting any value as we hop to the second page.
It's kind of funny that Deathwatch there have 7 kills, 0 extraction value. Team Sigma from Group C up in 11th place, our highest on this page with 2.6 million. There is still teams lagging behind slightly, around about those 100k marks on towards the bottom side of things, but we're heading back up into the millions now, from 15th up to 11th. The 7 AM Enjoyers, despite them having a pretty good run of it, still 1.4 million total. I think that they got a little bit unlucky on their first match, and one of the players going down, they weren't able to extract fully with that 3.9 million being able to get. But it is only W on top with 7.8 million.
Yeah, they were able to get, I think it was about 4.5 mil or something in that sort of order for their first match, and they are able to convert with a strong second match as well. For Group E, it may just be locked away because of that. It depends what Wrath Squad can do, and Goblins team as well. Both of them are within striking distance, but it would require only W to go down and for them to be able to pull out something big. As we take a look at our top killers, it's Job K4 to be able to pull out 5, and that's tied with Muyaya. I wonder what the tiebreaker is. At the moment, it's alphabetical by the looks of it. I take that back because AF1JI technically comes before the other one, so we'll have to wait to see what the tiebreaker is there.
We will. We will. But Mark, obviously, we got to watch him last game with 4 kills total. Here's our top value. Yaku Poseidon coming away with 3.9 million. What a massive win for that lad on side. Draftpunk there. We saw him on SAEED. Extracted with 3.2 million, and 7 Cloud from the boys taking home 2.8 in third place. But overall, there are some very, very good players here who have all been able to extract with a massive amount of value. Not only that, Muyaya as well as JBK, who are some of our top killers, also extract with a huge amount of value too.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Everybody on this front page doing bits for their team and making it work. You can see there our lineup for the rest of the day. We have had Group A and Group B so far on stream. Every team is playing, every group is playing in every match slot. Unfortunately, we can only watch one. I know, we love to watch them all, but they are all being played concurrently, which means we can only tune in with one. So we've got Group A, Group B already watched. Group C and Group D are up next, and it will be Space City that we're going to be heading back towards to launch off for Group C in our third match today.
No, I'll be closing things down with Brakesh later on, but we do have Space City coming up very shortly, and if our producer isn't lying, 2 minutes away. Here are participating players from Group C, Team Sigma, Deathwatch, Top Rush, No Game No Life, Ballas, and Red Deathwatch, who have come away with 7 kills and 0 extraction value so far. A very weird result from this team. We know that they're good actually hitting their shots, but in terms of extraction value, it's just not there so far. No Game No Life in third place with 924k, but it is Ballas who is leading of Robotiku, Insomni, and Pandone. 3.2 million. See if they can keep up that lead, because Team Sigma is definitely hot on their heels.
Yeah, it's really quite closely fought here. It's still all in a single game between all of these teams. For our top three, even for anyone towards the bottom of the tables, you can get 6 mil in a match, right? And that can just send you all the way straight to the front of the queue, and you want to be looking to exceed it. I'm interested in what we're going to see the tops of the tables start to be at the end of this tournament, right? I'm thinking probably 10 mil barrier going to be broken fairly reliably. We've got 2 teams around the corner from it, 2 or 3 teams actually pretty close to that mark. And with two games left to play, I'm expecting that we'll be able to break that. I would be surprised to see anyone break 15 mil. So I think we're going to end up somewhere in the midst of that.
Yeah, I think that the numbers are kind of skewed right now because I think there is some particularly good players and there are some feeder teams at the moment as well in these lobbies, which is somewhat unfortunate. We do have some more competitive lobbies than others in terms of our groups, but I think that number will be a lot closer come the grand finals, where teams will be trying to extract as much value as possible, and the overall value on the map will diminish a lot just because teams will be very closely fought in terms of those numbers. But right now it is a race. It's definitely a race over these 4 matches to get as much as possible on board, and teams who just have the better gunplay are making it happen, or like SAEED, better understanding of the map and where all the good loot is.
I mean, it's less understanding of where the good loot is and more nobody else had that understanding, right? It's like just knowing, oh, it's probably good around here, and then nobody else went for the hotel location, right? That was kind of the way they were able to win it. But we'll see just what Space City has for us in store for our second installment of the map. For Group C, it is their 3rd match of the day, as with every other group, but we are going to be locked and loaded. Let's see what we can scoot on out of this one with.
Already, we're heading across from that central command bridge on the zip lines. Here on side with nighttime. I'm going to call him nighttime.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. We'll go with that one for now. I'm joking. It's no game, no life. It's time.
It's your favorite team.
Yeah.
It's no game, no life. We figured out the acronym NGNL.
Yeah, we got it. I can't believe I didn't know that first. Not gonna not lie, guys. It's no game, no life. Here's the Mandel brick. Being able to use that to kind of safeguard some of your supplies you're able to pick up, but it is very central, is the Mandel brick. Hard to get over towards. I think a lot of teams will be hard fought for it. Right now, a lot more of a spread in terms of teams, though, here from Group C.
Yeah, they're a little bit more far-flung from one another. The last time around, we saw the highest value sort of, coming from that east side, that sweep up, that fight over towards the printing room, over on that northeast corner, and moving through with 7 a.m. Unfortunately, they weren't able to extract the full value from it. They probably would have been close to that 6 mil mark. As some brutal slaughter happens around the corner. No game, no life finds the AI. Loots through the boxes.
Stared him as well. Mandel brick has been secured, actually.
That's very quick.
Yeah, been picked up straight away. Again, anything you're able to pick up from that. Mandel brick is down. Was maybe a little bit too overzealous, potentially. Try and pick that one up right off the bat. And I mean, I guess it's a good surprise play. I don't think anyone expected someone to be immediately there. Unfortunately, it does alert everyone else that it has been grabbed.
Okay. No game, no life at the moment in charge. In the middle. There's only 2 teams here, and they are going to continue to put pressure on Houdini. Tries to drop down, but he's not escaping this one. Legs broken. Not going to worry. He's still hopping the barrier. Drops down for the shot, and he's already disappeared right in front of his eyes. It's a neat magic trick, but not one that you want to bring to a kid's party, that's for sure.
Yeah, quick on the surgical kit. Get that leg slightly patched up. Here's Pika from No Game, No Life. But a good start from them, absolutely. Instantly 1 team down. That's a lot of space acquired and a lot of loot as well. Already up to 693k from just 1 engagement. 3 mil on the side of No Game, No Life. Hang on.
Okay, that's very, very quick to be able to get that. A lot of players going down. What's just happened out there? Is that Deathwatch here on this north side, losing 2 of their players on the outskirts, but with 1 more player still to come. They have found some retribution.
Drop K4. Having a little peek.
I think he's current kill leader of the lobby. Trying to slow step his way out there.
I mean, the fact that the Mandelbrick's been picked up by No Game No Life, as well as them clearing out members around them, they could secure a lot of loot early on here. They're able to control the location. Oh, the step has been crazy.
Ooh, he knows he's there. He's looking for the second, looking for the third. A little bit of trigger discipline, but immediately lights him up, turns him around, looks for the last, and takes half his health bar with him. A really nice opener here. Over the top with the satchel. Trying to get that distraction. Dashes back. Tries to bait the peak. Knows that there is that possibility that he just loses the trade. Concussion's there, but it's worn down. It's still half HP. More pressure put back forwards. Job K4 wants to try and keep this fight going. I mean, why not? You know that they're going to be peeking out wide.
Oh my
He's giving them the
God.
do-si-do. The runaround here is nuts coming through. He has no idea where he's coming from, seemingly. Is he going to be able to get some of his teammates back up? I'm not sure. I think it might just be a little bit too hard for that one to work on out, but turn tail and run. Flee the scene.
I'm actually astonished he's done this well. It's actually crazy. I think for NEK, they expect this to be an easy wipeout, right? Well, not meant to be. Viron, picking up the teammates, might be able to get the full res on as well here. Ooh. Potentially.
Maybe not.
Oh, he's pulling the same maneuver on him.
He's managed to get all his health back. Armor is a lot more shredded, though.
This is hilarious.
What is going on?
Is this just going to be
He's got his
permanent?
teammate. Oh, he's got the spray. Immediate re-knock, but can he get his wits together? Jumps up on over. Oh, my goodness me. This man's he's flying around corners like he's Batman. What is going on? Able to 1v3. Keep his team alive. Miraculous refrags coming on through.
I actually am incredibly surprised Job K has been able to pull that off, but fair play to him. Makes it happen, gets his team up. Brick is going to head over, drop the smoke, and get the res on board. And that will be the entirety of Death Watch back up to full force. Wow. A lot more loot on board. No game, no life, though. 3.7 mil. A really good start for them.
Going up, checking everything out. Potential that it could be a little bit more dangerous. The AUG in the backpack as well could potentially be a little bit bulky. 300k in terms of the extraction value there on that AUG, but it takes up, what was that, 8 slots, I think, in the inventory. Which in general, you're probably going to find something a little bit more valuable if you're able to last out the game. 2 teams have now joined No Game No Life in that central complex flank over towards the Black Chamber, as well as the test range up on that north side. So a couple more neighbors, and it looks like we're getting a 3rd team joining as well from that north edge.
Ballas coming through from Central Command Bridge. See what they can get done here. I mean, overall, this has been a fairly quick game. So they spot the aftermath coming through from Job K. And they'll be close in pursuit of them.
There is another team up on that northwest edge who could potentially give Deathwatch a little bit of a run for their money. Have to wait and see if that's going to be the case. No game, no life. Position known. AI being handled here. Just being shredded away. Checking out the loot. Checking for supplies. Ooh. Lovely little shiny pirate gold coin. Couple of flasks. Pilfering through as values start to go up. I think that was up to 4 mil. Yeah, it was indeed. 4 mil for No Game, No Life. Almost 2 mil coming on through as well for one of the other squads. I think that is from Deathwatch, who was the victors thanks to Jopke's miraculous antics in a 1v3.
Yeah, it was a disgusting play, to say the least. I mean, the full wraparound, I mean, it was bold. And if he wasn't able to get that first initial knockoff as well, I mean, to be honest with you, it's one of those situations where you slightly need to be on guard and not going for that res there until the threat is completely diminished. But Job K4 got balls on him. I'll give him that.
Oh dear. Oh, they definitely been seen. Did they just agree not to shoot each other? I feel like that's kind of what happened there.
Yeah. I'll call it the spam crouch.
Yeah.
But they gave it to one another. Very friendly behavior. Cracking the safe now. So the rest of the NPCs start to head on through. Should be some good value in there too.
Lining up the soldiers.
Come on.
Missing several shots there. Yeah, hop up on the top there. That makes you look cooler, and therefore you hit headshots.
The nifty little head glitch you can get on there as well. It's pretty unenjoyable to play against. But, you know, I think that's the cool thing. The boys were able to circumvent a lot of that with the double Luna. Just with the lightning arrows as well as the nades that are just on board. Nice shot.
Nice.
Redeemed himself, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. No one saw anything. Don't know if anyone is really paying attention to these alarms. It seems like they aren't. No response.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the close vicinity, you know exactly what's going on. They will shut off once the safe has been completely cracked. Which is going to be happening shortly, which is why he is forgoing a lot of the loot here. Just get this done as quick as possible. And then can get gone.
You must stop them from decoding
There we go.
I love that voice line. Don't decode the brick. Oh man, gets me every time.
I don't know what kind of brick they're decoding.
Yeah, well, the mantle brick. But
Well, it could be any brick.
it could be literally any brick. Just your standard masonry brick.
I don't know if the machine would just accept one of those, though. If it did, it'd be funny.
It is a brick. Oh yeah,
I've
no,
decoded it.
that's right.
It's clay.
Oh. None of them fancy bricks. The only thing a brick needs to do is smash the windows. No game, no life trying to defend it. Is anyone trying to push on in? It seems like maybe other teams are there, but close to the extraction point. With
It might be
2.1
an
mil,
early extract, yeah.
have they activated it yet?
I mean, I'd extract with 4.2. I'd be pretty pleased with that result for No Game, No Life. And it would get them... I mean, in terms of Group C, I believe they're one of the teams with like some of the lowest values on side. So extracting with 4.2, 4.4 mil, like, you're happy. Maybe you don't take a fight with the director.
Desmolins. Oh, look at him.
He's
Did you
so
see that
cool.
roll? That was really cool. Did you see that roll? That combat roll. That's how you know he's a security director.
Yeah, you'll think twice about doing that again. I love that thing plays hard rock.
It's vibing out fully.
Yeah, I think right now, No Game, No Life, just playing this out very chill. Reasonably so.
He got cracked by those Moulins. That's excellent. Oh,
They have left the Mandel brick. It has been discovered
interesting.
by Deathwatch. Pretty fearsome squad. Well, I mean,
He's sending in the troops. He's sending in the drones. Oh, he shouldn't have sniped at Desmoulins.
no, I don't think you should have done.
That's really funny. I love this so much. I would.
He angered the wrath of Des Moulins. Which is absolutely rinsing the gear, I can imagine.
It's for sure not pronounced Desmoulins. I bet. Or is it like Demoulin? Where's Maxman? We need him. He can tell us. It seems French.
Right, so they have control over the brick now.
It's brick time.
Yeah, brick has been recontrolled by Deathwatch.
There's a lot of inventory space right now for Deathwatch. And they got 2.1 mil already.
What No Game No Life's going to do about this? I mean, they're actually locked down by Des Moulins. Or however you say it.
I don't know either. It's for sure. We're going to stick with Des Moulins, though. Or Des
I've been calling
Moulins.
Des Moulins.
Yeah, Des Moulins. I reckon that's right.
Oh, Des Moulins. Off the Butlins. They're in the Central Command building. Booking the tickets right now.
Well, the first thing you've got to know about security is the combat role.
It is an important aspect, I think you'll find.
Yeah, you can't be secure without being able to combat roll. So it's a core part of any self-respecting security officer's kit.
Definitely a slower game this time around, I'd say. We dropped the 3.8 mil here. For No Game No Life as they expend a little bit of that utility. I imagine repair kits are being gone through quite quickly there for that squad.
Yeah, potentially. We've still got 15 minutes left on this match, right? And there's also that potential to pop off around extraction points here in Space City. We saw that scrap around the helicopter extract point, that south point. And that could potentially repeat itself because nobody is out of this game just yet unless they've been taken out without a choice. Deathwatch have been the ones to see to that for the most part. He's going again.
I just love that he's locked him. They've actually been locked down.
He's seen him.
Stop taking shots at him.
Oh, he's hit him.
He's combat rolling.
Oh, no. He combat rolled away from that one. And that one. He's so quick. Oh, that was a good shot. After the previous 5.
Leading a little bit.
Ooh.
No, don't.
Imagine repeaking that.
The repeat was horrendous.
I have been humbled, but I still have hubris.
Yeah. The pride on this man. They're just eating through supplies. I mean, they're not really going to get all that much from taking them down unless they want to go all the way over there to loot him.
We cannot let them go.
I really want that brick. I need the brick. Bring me brick. Oh my god.
Come on. Yes! Yes! What a fearsome, skinny man.
That was so good. Thank you so much, observers.
That was awesome.
Oh, that's excellent. Goodness
Combat
me.
roller himself. Doling out and rolling out some heavy headshots.
They killed him the king rolling pin.
That's exactly what he is.
Smoothing out the dough.
2 seconds, I think, on the decryption.
We must get that brick next time.
Desperate for the brick. He is bricked up for the brick.
I could hear it before you said it. Goodness me. Oh my goodness me.
I mean,
I can't get over that smash cut to...
Yeah, Des Moulins is on his last legs, or on his last rolls.
Yeah.
But we'll see if No Game No Life can take him out.
Oh, no, he's got one more.
All right, come on.
Okay, all right, this time.
It's one more.
Let's go. He's sniping back. Combat roll. Dodge.
Dude, he's too good.
They got...
I mean, he doesn't.
I love how he's having such an intense time over there. And then time's just like chilling every now and again. Like,
this is an epic battle.
You have no chance. You've got no... Ooh, I'm going to peek you. Like, there's definitely 2 wolves within us all.
What? Des Moulins and re-peeking. Alright, come on.
Okay.
One more.
1, 2, 3. Oh. Go on, again. There it is!
There it is.
More like Des Moulins.
It took a while, but it was done. And that M700 can be laid to rest.
Yeah. I wish players could do that combat roll. That'd be cool. You just all, can you imagine, especially in like warfare, just a line of players all just combat rolling towards the point?
Be good. Rocket extraction has been started though, so for no game, no life. Is their time to get out. They will have to defend against waves of AI.
They should be able to handle it.
What are those? F-45s? My...
People gets pulled out here. Uh-oh. Ooh, potential danger afoot. For no game, no life. I think they've definitely been spotted. Waiting for the timing. Drops down. Steps fully into the breach of this fight. Waiting for the rest of the team. Okay, they're waiting for this lineup.
Sorry.
They're waiting for this lineup. They got full broadside. Oh, he's opened a little bit too soon, I think. Didn't wait for the rest of his team. Was worried that No Game, No Life were going to spot him. But now No Game, No Life have a fight on their hands. With 4 mil in the back pocket, they can't allow this one to get away from them. They have no cover. The reposition's there. Fortunately, Desmoulins is dead, which means that there's no oversight AI sniper that's just going to clap him if they try and go for it.
Technically, it actually was a big pickup to take down Desmoulins because holding this position is incredibly difficult with the Master Roller still in play. And No Game, No Life, though. 3.9 million, fantastic result if they can get away with it. And they have the chance to extract via the rocket. We don't have 100% certainty of when it will be leaving, so you can't see it on the screen right now. But imagine it is shortly. VSS been put to good use here. Beaker is really out in the open.
Uh-oh.
Nasty shots, though.
That is pretty nasty. Losing a player at this juncture as well. I mean, they should be able to get that res. They can pick him up, put him back behind cover. The rest of the team is there. I feel like No Game, No Life should have been completely dead. There should have been a squad wipe coming on through. The hop forwards, the scout down with the arrow. They know that they're playing behind this corner. Waiting for these pickups now. Looking for a little bit more scouting. Dangerous to fully commit to this peek out wide. Out comes the flash. Immediately destroyed by the back line. And maybe looking for the swing. Trying to bait out those sprays. Trying to bait out that free fire with the footsteps. But it's not going to work this time around. No one giving too much ground. They know there's too much at stake now.
A moment. Just quick heals coming through from Sigma boys. Quick hop. And the arrow goes through. Another peek. Ooh. Chop 4K just baiting his team, and that's fine because he gets the job done.
Suppressive fire on the side. A little Ferrari peek around the edge. Stands up and actually into the spray of two players, but none of them are connecting. Only half HP. Finally spotted. Handled. I think that was a drop shot underneath the vehicle. But there's still danger afoot. I think there's maybe potential to get shot from that bridge up top. At the moment, no one's there. You can see you can step out on that walkway from up top. Could have potentially been dangerous, but Deathwatch able to live another day. They're up to 2 mil.
I do find it absolutely hilarious that as soon as I said that Job 4K was baiting his team, he just air dashed out. Took down 2 of them.
Uh-oh.
Here comes Ballas. And this may be exactly why we have seen Deathwatch with so many kills, the 0 extraction value. Because they forget the aim of the day is to get out.
He's just trying to grab some of that loot. Taking some barrels, extracting the attachments there from the AKM. A cheap weapon, but the attachments still have value. Helicopter extraction point active as well now. 3 teams remain in the lobby and only 2 players alive for Deathwatch. But despite that, they've got 3 mil. So a pretty solid result. 4.7 now is found for No Game, No Life. They're holding off the waves of AI. Nice and happily.
I'm dropping off some more here. And again, this is the AI that they'll have to protect against to get the rocket extract. No game, no life. They've got visitors, but quickly handled by AFG as well as time.
Yeah, that's the first wave there. Dealt with on the replay. I'll be happy with 4.7 mil. And no one's going to compete them for this extract. Not anymore anyway.
Ah, we're pretty close.
Yeah, these waves not going to pose much of a threat at all. Just a final little bit of loot shuffling. Making sure that they've got what they came for. Get the value out of the game. 4.7 mil on the cards. Maybe looking for another player to clap back on. But it's this north setup that is interesting, Blank. You've got two other teams looking to extract, and they both want to go for this helicopter extract on the south side of that central compound.
Ballas moving in pretty quickly. I'm pretty sure no game, no life should be fine, though. It is nice to see at least the Space City, the last one of ours today, end with a rocket extract for a team with the most value as well here. Very cool stuff.
Love to see it.
That would wake me up in the morning.
Quite a tuneful siren.
Yeah.
Da-da.
That's what my washing machine sounds like when it's done.
Goodness
I don't
me.
know if they installed that for rockets as well, apparently.
Yep, they're all made by the same company.
Same company.
God, I love it when that happens. When you get some company that makes like two of the most wildly different things. Who is it who does that? Oh, like Yamaha, right?
Yeah.
They make high-power motorbikes and pianos.
Which is weird.
Like, of course. Like, absolutely. That makes sense.
Good result, though. They're for no game, no life. Just extended their value up to 6.3 million with the completion of the rocket extract.
Ooh. Yeah, where did that extra 2 mil or so come from? They just managed to pick that up
Nice
just now.
bit of loot comes from finishing the event.
Yeah. That might be the highest extract value we've seen. Oh, that's more than...
Fair play to him taking that Fashion Weekly mag with him as well.
Well, you know, the helicopter rides
Pretty
a long
boring.
way.
Yeah.
Something to entertain.
Need to read something on the plane
Absolutely.
or the helicopter.
The rocket is gone. Extracted fully. 6.3 mil value. Confirmed. Locked in. But no game, no life.
Now we're getting to a bit more of an intense moment. 3 minutes left on the clock. The two final remaining teams here. Two players from Deathwatch, Chop 4K, as well as Radgar, versus the three from Ballas, all looking for the helicopter extract.
At the
Possible
moment,
to get both teams out, though.
it is, yes, if they are able to share that zone. You do have the potential at the moment for it to be a clean wipe over towards no game, no life. It's dangerous because this outside area is currently held by Ballas, but now Job 4K is starting to extend influence. So one player spotted,
Ooh.
goes for the VSS, oh sorry, the SVD. Looks for the headshot, goes for one, doesn't quite get the second, but the forward push is already on for Ballas. That smoke train is there, dropping forwards, trying to keep a little bit more pressure. Nades, ordnance, one knock found. Looking for a second as well. Jop 4K's down, it's all up to Radgar. Low HP though for both of his opposing players. Looks for the reload, they're gone already. They are out of there. And that is going to see them all safe on that helicopter extract. We'll see just what they're able to get away with at the end of that one, but that could have gone a lot messier. Both teams do get out with something.
Yeah, I think for Ballas, they actually lost quite a bit of value from that one. I think for the guys on Death Watch, that will be the first bit of value they'll be able to pick up here in the Operations Community Tournament here for Delta Force, which is good considering they have one of the highest kill counts out of the entirety of the teams and squads here playing in the groups. But yeah, very well played. We've seen that multiple times now. Drop all the smokes that you can. Magnetic bombs going in, trying to ruin the day. I think some value was lost towards the end there, but we'll find out shortly after this break.
come on. Almost there.
Admit defeat, Wookie. Give it to me.
What? How do you think about it? You don't know what you're doing. Give it back.
How dare you look down on me! Give it to me!
Looks like it's my turn.
Hello and welcome back for the final game of today's matches here for the Delta Force Community Championship. This is Operations and we are getting in to get looted and scooted. We'll see just what our teams have in store for us. Group D is next up to watch, and it is for the last match today and their last opportunity to add to their tallies. That is what we are going to be looking for this time around. To guarantee themselves that spot into the grand finals, you need to top your groups. So let's take a look at some of those results that came through from match 3 our last time around. We got a couple of games to go over. We watched one of them. We watched Group C's matches in that last time around, and we will start with the results from that. You can see the match 3 saw not too many teams extracting with value. We did see a little bit of value, and I'm sure we'll flick over to that in just a moment. On the front page with Deathwatch able to get up, and they didn't manage to get both of their players out. Blank Job K4 didn't manage to extract there, which means Deathwatch only got 1.1 mil.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, for Deathwatch, they have a crazy amount of kills over the majority of this tournament, but the extraction value is just not there for them. Ballas been able to get out with 2.4 million, but 6.2 for No Game, No Life was unbelievable. Let's take a look at the Group A standings so far and how that has shaken up. And it has been Maybe Pro to continue onwards with their domination on that side of things, getting up to 9.4 million, almost breaking that 10 mil mark.
And 14 kills as well. Oh, almost 10 kills more than any other team in the lobby. And Just Goes alone has managed to get more kills than any other team in the lobby, just on his lonesome as well. 9.6, almost up to that 10 mil mark for the Cucarachas. And they have a big lead over the boys now, as well as SAEED. So some low-scoring matches in that last round in match 3 must have happened for the boys and SAEED. For the Cucarachas to be able to take that top spot, they're up to 9.6.
Yeah, that must have been a massive, chunky game from them. I think they got the majority of their value from that one, almost 8 million off of one match, which is crazy result for them. Here are Group C standings overall, with No Game, No Life currently at 7.2 million, overtaking Ballas with 7 kills, with 8 kills, sorry, with 7 of them on AFG. A really wonderful result from them. Although they don't have high extraction value, they have huge value in terms of team play on the team.
Absolutely. Ballas, though, still definitely within striking distance. Maybe one of the more closely fought positions there over all of the groups. We shift over towards Group D. This is the
Show me a
teams
10 mil on
that
E.
we are going to be watching this match. We're going to be watching Group D this time around. So Pari looking to defend their top spot, almost just about at 7 mil, but not quite. Still, they do have over almost a full 4 mil lead against the Bunny Reapers, who are in second place. So for Group D, it's all about defense for Pari. We'll see what they're able to build out. And there you go. Wrath Squad at the top with over 10 mil, 10.29 to be exact. And that is a great result for them. But only W have 7.8 mil. If they don't make it through, that would be so unfortunate that they were put in the same group as Wrath Squad.
Yeah, Wrath Squad have certainly shown some wrath here in these games. We will be watching, obviously, the guys over on Group D play out their final game of the day. So we'll see how that all pans out, because we will get to see exactly who goes through into that first place spot and who will be heading through towards those grand finals. So super interesting stuff here. I'm very, very excited to see how this all pans out. The semifinals did go through very quickly. So let's take a look at the overall standings. Who needs to catch up who to make it into those grand finals?
And at the top, of course, it is Wrath Squad, but Cucarachas are next on the tables, swiftly followed by Maybe Pro, all of them hovering around that 10 mil mark. Maybe we could see a 15 mil break if Wrath Squad are able to get a good game, as could be said for Cucarachas and Maybe Pro. Unlikely, but still very, very possible here. You can see that 14 kills is the highest team kill count that you see for Maybe Pro and the boys, and they have been able to do a little bit more work with Maybe Pro in terms of the value for that. But that was our overall standings front page.
Yeah, there's still a lot on the line here. I mean, for the guys over on Braff Squad, they could be caught up here. For Cucarachas, they got the majority of their results there from that one match, so things can change. Here are Group D participants. We've got ABOBA, Pari, the Gougouliens, No Recoil, RoyalBlue, and the Bunny Reapers, all looking to take themselves that first place spot and head through to the 11th for those grand finals.
Absolutely. We are going to be jumping into the game fairly soon with one of our favorite team names, the Gougouliens, being represented into this one. As we drop on in, it looks like the new Tower of Babel is potentially going to be a little bit less contested this time around. It depends on if that team on the eastern side is going to push south or try and contest the museum.
Yeah, again, it's a bit more spread out this time. As we saw in the past, it was very much not like this for Group B, where everyone went down to the tower early on, but good start here for Taramov. Taking some big shots over towards some of our enemy squads here. Flashbang Fred on your screen.
RoyalBlue trying to get out of dodge here, but under heavy fire, under heavy contestation on the southwest side. The west edge, and the AI is getting involved as well. That's a lot of damage done. You do need to be careful, especially in these early parts. There's a lot of these AI roaming this area. So now it's a question of extracting, getting out of that fight, as other teams are starting to gain value fairly quickly.
ROB. Snicket on side. Getting the vest patched up after initial engagement here. Back to basics once again. Smolder, Fix NR, as well as Ideologist make their way in. A lot of players all around the same location.
Yeah, for no recoil there. You're going to have to be careful. We're back on board with RoyalBlue. As you've got ABOBA, the only team that is a palindrome close by to them. But they've got, as well as that, another team trying to put pressure on in behind. So RoyalBlue currently caught in the crunch. You can see at the bottom there, the bottom left. That other team just trying to put more pressure on with no recoil there behind RoyalBlue. And in front is ABOBA. So a really sticky situation, and maybe more focus onto the new Tower of Babel than we thought we might see at the start of this one.
RoyalBlue currently coming into this game with 2.2 million. Ahead of them was Bunny Reapers at 3 million, but it's Pari currently leading the charge with 7 mil. So it's a massive amount of cash to make up in this match. But those are really the three teams that are battling out for it. There could be some outside chances, though. Certainly. No recall with 800k, but they would have to come through with a gargantuan amount to pick up that first place spot.
Ooh, angles over towards ABOBA. Nice at trying to reposition around it. They know they're there, but it's just a little bit too much for them. A little bit too much pressure for them to bear, and they fade away. A knock being sent over, and RoyalBlue have taken a knock to one of their players on the forefront. They're looking for that res. They should be able to find it here nice and quickly. But in the meantime, ABOBA are going to try and push out on this. They're trying to take control of this. And the high ground for RoyalBlue, though, still stands stalwart. And there's the pincer coming on in. Looking to try and take this one back. The cross is covered for RoyalBlue, but there is an answer. There is still that player knocked down on the forefront, and they haven't been able to get that res just yet. The run out from ABOBA not quite going the distance.
Yeah, Fronty XL has to make his way forward now. Can't really afford to be sticking around while his teammates on the floor. Fronty XL. Quick stim. Landmine's going down. Oh, They make sure they cover the cross in front. Tough scenario. A lot of enemies around them at the moment. Difficult to get this res through. But for RoyalBlue, who are so close to the top of the standings in third place with 2.2 million, losing a player now might just be a death sentence to them.
It would be nasty to suffer that fate. They are a pretty hefty chunk behind as well, and Pari would need to go down without extracting too much value. At the moment, the difference is about 4.8 million between third place and first place for this group. That would be the need to be the differential that they see. Pari, I think, are a team that's up towards the north side. Which is going to make things all the more difficult for them really to do anything about it.
Things quiet down a bit, though. I think it's still watching out for these angles coming through from Taramov and co. Extraction point already active is a little bit interesting. Only 23 minutes in. Smoke in, and this might be the rest coming through. Gonna carry him back. Good timing.
Yeah, they managed to find that opening, that little window there. And Snicket able to keep that pressure on. They should be able to get that res. They just try and keep themselves safe. There is a team, and I think that might be potentially Pari already up to 1.1 mil. The rollout comes through, and RoyalBlue just getting rolled down here. They found the timing, but they didn't get the retreat. And did they just get wiped out?
Yeah, that was it. Quickly finished off, and RoyalBlue out in 6th place on this match, and that will be their dreams dying in that moment as well. Unfortunately for them, they really tried to take to the limit there. It was a tough decision for them to make because I think they knew if they dropped down to just 2 players, it was going to be almost impossible and take that 1st place spot. So they just had to try for it. So now, realistically, it is a fight between the Bunny Reapers and Pari.
It's all up to them. And you can see Pari alone up on that north side. The Bunny Reapers are a little bit more embroiled on that southeast side. Only trying to scrap it out. In the middle with the Gougouliens, I believe. That is just onto their northwest side. You can see we're on board with Pari, I think that is, up on the north. Oh, no, we are on board with the Gougouliens. We have a confusing team tag.
Basically, it's not the Gougouliens tag.
Yeah, what's going on there?
Well, that's okay. We accept this. We accept this with the fact that the colors have been changing all day. You know, I'm sometimes not sure of what team we're on. I'm doing my best to keep you guys updated. I've got about 16 spreadsheets open up on my 2nd monitor. I'm doing my best.
Absolutely. This is the Bunny Reapers. Guaranteed. 100%. You can tell because they have BRE in their name.
That's right.
And that's how you have a helpful team tag.
The Bunny Reapers, like, this is a very important match for them. Getting some taps off here with the AKM. Baxter standing downstairs. 400k so far, so that drops them up to around about 7.4 million in terms of value. Bunny Reapers need a little bit more than that.
They need about 4 mil more than Pari on this match. So if Pari can extract with 2 mil, that might just be it.
Gonna make life very difficult.
My goodness me, can barely hear a thing.
Well, yeah, tactical chopper inbound. That's kind of how that happens. Magnetic bomb over the top. And again, in the midst of all this commotion, you can really reposition quite easily because it is difficult to hear where you are. Though the missiles might help to pinpoint your location.
I wonder, do you think he's in the middle of where all of those missiles are targeting?
Potentially.
Could be. Yeah, maybe actually. Oh, a little spot. Right. The encroaching forces there. This is so oppressive. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Leave.
Yeah. Oh, one knock found. That is pretty
I mean, they're just
nasty.
locking them in with the helicopter, right? It's tough.
Yeah, what are you
High
supposed to
nade.
do?
Nothing found off it. Low value. Yeah, it's a lovely shot.
Yeah, that was from Nicer, from ABOBA. Putting that pressure on. But now Pari are getting involved. They're getting a little bit involved. They got 1.6 mil right now in the pocket. Need to transfer that to the stash. See what they're able to do with it.
Pretty healthy extraction values across the board, honestly, right now. 2 mil, 1.7, 1.3. Really, only the squad that's been penned in by Paramov and the boys is suffering.
ABOBA have really forced the issue. Ooh, but the Bunny Reapers in a little bit of a fight. Over towards the confusingly tagged Gougouliens.
Nice
As a nade finds its way in. And another more ordnance over the top. They continue to put pressure on, isolating Gougoul, their namesake. And they have to fall back. Can't really hold this angle. Setting up those mines. Making it so hard to move back into this position. Isolate, control. Onto this body. Wait for them to give up. Outlast. But they want to move a little bit faster. They want more value out of this match. In fact, they need it. Because Pari are just going to continue to accrue value.
Yeah, for Pari, again, for Bunny Reapers, it's a tough game. And you really want it to be a lot more closer in terms of extraction value. Pari, they have a pretty clear goal of just get 3 mil extract. You're needing a whole lot more than at that point, and it's very unlikely. But again, it's still stressful for Pari. Not only need to get that money, need to secure an extract too.
Get out of the way of that one. It'd be shocking if you just stood in that.
Yeah, literally.
It was a funny joke, but I'm still proud. Where they go? No arrows, no darts to be able to go for the recon just yet. Still the standoff continues. The Bunny Reapers. Oh, he definitely spotted him. Oh, he's seen him.
Nice.
And he didn't move, but immediately goes for that repeat. Little shimmy out sideways, and that's the second player down. They know where the last player is. Immediately the rollout, they need to back it up. Sure, you go for one, but the trade is off. And that is a good shutdown for the Bunny Reapers. They can add a lot of value to their tally.
Yeah, it's massive. I mean, getting a full squad wipe like that in a pretty isolated area as well, that's going to be lovely in terms of being able to pick up some more things on side. They might be able to get some precision repair kits as well. Get their vessel fixed up before they head on forwards. But yeah, that will take the pressure off in a big way.
Not too many teams super close by in the midst of it all. Such a terrifying presence. I mean, you can see why you bring an Uluru to just immediately dispatch this helicopter, right? It's well, not immediately, but certainly a lot quicker than it seems like these teams are able to do it at the moment. Turning its attention to the forecourt of the new Papal Tower.
Yeah, Boba's out there. They're sick of the helicopter, and I would be as well. So Boba makes it over towards the Tower of Babel, which they have been forced into.
I wonder if
Not
the Bunny
by
Reapers
choice.
are aware of this.
I'd imagine they would be, from all the commotion outside. This is a horrendous position to push into, though. It's
So many
so
open
tough
angles.
going through the front door is nasty. And we're doing it anyway.
I mean, fortunately, it's not being held.
Yeah. I mean, they should hear the footsteps.
And there you go.
Hackclaw does have the silent step, though, which might assist them. Depends if they got the perception boosters on or not right now for the Bunny Reapers, but I imagine that might be a little bit out of the budget.
Could be. They are regrouping, moving as one, which means kind of irrelevant about that silent step. Sure, maybe you're unaware of one of the angles, but it's not going to matter too much. Bunny Reapers lying in wait, prepared for another team to try and transgress, to try and overstep their mark.
Okay.
It might happen now. You can see there's the peek up, there's the challenge. Two players still yet to peek on over, but gets that knock. Nicer falls back, has a little bit more health to play with. A little slowdown on the Bunny Reaper's position. Looking for the bounce on that flashbang as well. The smokes come out. Ordnance and utility goes both ways. An immediate re-knock. That is huge to slow down the approach. On the push, the flash over the top there as well. Goes for it again. In past and through the smoke. Drops a second as well. Tries to get the full blind. Steps up for the challenge. Doesn't know if there's another player behind this crate, but now will do. There's the info flashing on up and around the corner. Nicer doesn't want to miss a single second on this fight. Immediately sending straight into the engagement. Can't quite shut it down, and up the wall he goes.
Yeah, using the zipline to his advantage. Both of them are, in fact, getting on high. And here comes no recoil.
Oh!
Took his knees out. Gave him the old Ronaldo tackle mid-air, but found nothing, and there's no referee to give him a red card either.
Goodness me, you'd hope he'd go in the sin bin, but not to be. And forwards they go. No recoil. Just figuring out if they need to regroup and onto the upper floors. The Bunny Reapers, who know what is at stake in this match, are going to allow this fight to unfurl.
I mean, fair enough, too. It was a quick getaway from them, getting up the zip lines. And there's potentially 2 teams worth of value down here. The Bunny Reapers are able to get themselves into a position to actually take offense towards both of them. They could even get the side swipe onto no recoil here. You can see them silently stepping on the right-hand side of your screen.
The big thing about all of this, though, Blank, is that Pari are not involved. They are not in this fight. They've got 2 mil in the pocket. If they're able to extract with this, it's basically uncatchable at this stage. The Bunny Reapers would need to be able to pull out a 6 mil game to be able to catch up. And that is without Pari getting any more value than they do right now. If they're left alone on that north side, they could eventually take down that helicopter. They could eventually get it done, but you do not want to allow them to do that.
Day and Knife just been sent over the top here. Potentially disable some of the gadgets. Been laid down. Good cross there from no recoil. Easing the smokes to their advantage. So they just leave position. Might be possible to get King back up now, though.
Could be nicer. We know how aggressive he likes to be. There is still one Bunny Reaper downstairs here. Can go up on that zip line, and immediately he should see this player. He knows he's there, but they're both now position known. Has to go for the peak and go for the challenge. A shoulder was showing and didn't have the angle to stay hidden. Really unfortunate there. And now instead of getting King back up, it's going to be down to 1. And in comes no recoil, trying to swing low around the outside here. Taramov, no armor, no helmet, nothing really but his wits about him. But the AUG unleashes the swarm, tries to lower enemy HP, tries to keep himself alive, but he's got to worry about his own swarm as well. Pulling it back, trying to shed those shackles upon him. Drops the smoke underneath, looks for the spray. The challenge is there. They know they can't get it through that glass and just have to bide their time. A little hop up, and that is it. Lickety split and job done.
I can't tell if the Bunny Reapers are fighting upstairs as well at the same time. There's Smokus. Still holding this angle. This is a really smart play from Smokus as well. He held the body of King for such a long time. Knew eventually, if they're able to get themselves out of that nasty position for ABOBA, they potentially go for King. Door's going to get opened here. Now, Smokus can find a little bit of value, but again, the rest of the team is just not there with him.
2.9 mil for the Bunny Reapers so far. Again, it needs to be bigger. Or you need to find Pari and stop them from getting out. Oh, just having a sleep.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening there.
Sleepy alligator.
Smoke is still just holding them off on the side. Pops a nade through. Best you can do and return to the rest of the team. Pari has just had the best time in the world here over on that north side. Again, for Pari, this is a real easy extract. For Bunny Reapers, like we said before, this has to be a gigantic game. That's the only way they catch up. And still, there is 9 minutes more of looting time available for Pari.
And they'll want every single second of it. As they continue to gain momentum. Over 3 mil now for the Bunny Reapers. Has to give ground again. And no recoil are pretty dynamic in these engagements. Only 1 mil so far, but they racked up 2 kills.
I really like how Smokers is playing, though. I mean, he is not giving them easy ground, is he? Not allowing them to instantly get towards the position. But easy start now on the case. Knows roughly where the players are and can get back down.
Ooh. Look at that. He's ethereal.
This could be a good backstab. They think he's a solo right now.
I wonder what the rest of the team can do for him.
I think they'll hear the zip line. That's the only problem.
I think he's waiting for someone to use it.
Which is smart. Oh, he's thinking about it.
Yeah.
I think it's ingrained in most players to look up, though, before you make that play.
Ooh.
That's incredible standoff from Smokus, though.
Ooh!
And he gets a knock off it. This might be time for the rest of the boys to come down.
There they go.
There they come.
That was the first descent there, and immediately he steps forwards. What a rollout from that low ground as well, using that zip line, able to give the backup that they were needing. There's that scouting arrow, making sure that Smokus' flank is available and clear. The reposition comes through, the res necessary now for no recoil, but Smokus doesn't waste time, unfortunately. He should have waited a little bit longer. A low HP last player on no recoil has to go for the healing, can't go for the res just yet, and the rest of the Bunny Reapers need to swing this. They need to keep their team alive here. It is imperative. In they go. 2 versus 1. Close on the peak. Hops up just at the wrong time and gets slipped down the side. Taken for a spin around, and that is the Bunny Reapers looking to get back up to 3. 2.5 mil. They'll need more. And they still need to open a gap, but that is a good start.
Yeah, it's awesome from the Bunny Reapers. And again, although Smokus went down in the end there, he was so incredible that entire time. The team owes him massive credit this match for keeping them alive this long and in a position to pick something up. But also great discipline from the rest of the squad. They knew they couldn't help him. It was up to him to get that first pick off. And as soon as he did, they were there with him straight away. Very, very well done. Again, though, it's only 6 minutes. They have 6 minutes to loot and get that 4 mil plus over Pari. And I just don't think it's happening despite such a fantastic finish here from the Bunny Reapers.
I feel like the only thing that Bunny Reapers can do right now is go for Pari. This is the only way they make this work. They need to leave. They need to go north. Instead of looting this area, they need to go up and deal with Pari. The question is, do they know that's where they are? Do they know that's the only team left? And have they read into that? Do they have that strat in their playbook? Because I mean, it's the only way that they're going to be able to make that first place spot, right? You stop them getting any value. You're about 4 mil behind. You get a little bit more for taking down Pari, so you have to send for them. If you don't, you lose.
Yeah, and we're getting to that point in the game now where those extractions are available. And I think Pari is just going to make this one happen. 2 mil is not enough of a leap upwards for the Bunny Reapers. You're right. They'd have to take down Pari in this moment. Push themselves further above. I don't think 5 minutes is enough.
We're looking at needing 6.3 mil. If Pari extract with exactly this and don't get any more value at all, then they're going to need 6.3 mil or more to make it. For the Bunny Reapers, are they sending north? Or are they looking for extract?
I think with
4.5 minutes.
4 minutes and clock, you're probably looking for extract at this point in time. I mean, they would have to hoof it. They would have to hoof it north. I mean, to be honest with you, for the Bunny Reapers, let's put it this way. They know that their tournament life is over if Pari is able to extract. So for them at this point in time, they've got 4 million, but they've got to go whole hog, right? They might have to just take down this extraction. They know it's just GG if they don't have enough. And right now, Pari is getting even more value on side.
Yeah, you can see they're just slowly incrementing their way up. They don't need a massive game. They just need that little bit every now and again. 2.4 mil, meaning 6.4 mil is the metric that they need to beat. If Pari don't go down, you can see they're already up by that extraction point. Are the Bunny Reapers going to chase it down? Where are they? That's what we need to know. Pari should be aware of this strat potentially being the case as well.
I mean, a lot of teams who went up here, even SAEED set up a very, very good defensive hold on extraction, even though they were the only team on that north side. So we can expect Pari to do the same. But again, we sort of need to know where the Bunny Reapers are, because if they're not heading this way, then it is game over. And we can put our hands together for Pari, who will be making it through to the Grandfinals.
Looks like they are just holding. They're not pushing north, maybe? Oh, no? They were just holding, waiting for any pre-fires to come through. They've only got 3 minutes.
I mean, they are going. They are going.
They are pushing. Okay, they are going to go and try and contest this.
And they've got no other choice. All right. I love it. We've got a game on our hands here.
They've extracted 1 player.
I see. So they put a lot of value on 1 player, and now they have to go bother the rest. I think that might have been... Again, it's one of those situations where if Pari had gone out early, maybe that was the right choice. But again, you still needed 4 million anyway. That is...
And they've...
Yeah. Position unknown now.
I mean, Pari should be expecting this. I wonder how much value was able to be extracted. Because it looks like there is 600k potentially on Smokiss right now. And throughout all of this, they need to extract at least 1 mil, probably more, from Pari. If they're able to move up, get these kills, take that extraction on the north side as well, because you will be able to do that. Then potentially they could do it. Goodness me, it is all down to the wire. This last push.
They need all the players to go down, or at least the players with the most value. Even then, it's tough. I think they have to wipe the entire squad. They have 1:35. Pari is getting ready. Stickinson is making his way on over.
Interesting. Okay, they're aware of their location now. They can set up, but they've got 1:20 to execute on this. They need to move quickly. They need to win these trades. Peek this corner. They need to do it together. Bunny Reapers rather, taking far too long. Hello, I hope you can hear me, guys. I hope that that's a little bit better. Sorry about the technical difficulties there, but it wasn't to be at the end. No extraction, no value chip away found. I think my mic is still busted, so over to Blank.
Hello again. Yeah, it's an unfortunate ending there for us. We did have some technical difficulties and had to cut off in the last moment because John has been transformed into a Terminator, apparently. But yeah, it's been an interesting day so far. But that last match, man, I feel so bad for the Bunny Reapers. It is very, very unfortunate. I actually hope they were able to take it home. Stickins did a great job, though, setting up nice and early and prevent them from getting too much more done. I think it was one of the situations, and this happens all the time in Delta Force, and we've seen it multiple times today, where you've got to make the hard decision, right? And I think the hard decision there for Bunny Reapers was whether they extracted one player and sent all three, or just sent two. And I think they had to send two over towards that side. You can see the group results for Group D in match 4. No Recoil, ABOBA, as well as RoyalBlue, all extracting with nothing. RoyalBlue had a chance, but that chance was lost very early on in the match there with 0 kills. They had to go for that res, and ultimately that was the price that they paid. Bunny Reapers extracting with 3.5 million. Pari there with 2.1. And I think that is just enough to tip the scales in the favor of Pari. And Bunny Reapers were not able to find anything. I think when we look at these games today, it has just been very, very fun. And I've really enjoyed my time here casting a little bit of Delta Force operations. I hope you guys at home have done as well. Overall, I think we had some fantastic games all the way from the first game with 7 a.m. managing to just about extract one player, maybe even dropping down to one player right at the end, even though they got dominating that northeastern side of the map, to some incredible plays throughout today. Smokis, definitely my favorite play so far from him on Bunny Reapers. It's a shame I don't think we'll be seeing them heading through with us through to the grand finals. That will be taken up by Pari. And again, that north side of the map taking up so much space. A lot of teams being able to find so much value up there, SAEED included. Yeah, unfortunate stuff indeed. I think we'll take a look at the match for stats. Let's take a look at some of the kills they were able to get on board. Sorry, the Group A to E standings. Let's take a look at those in terms of where people are able to pick up their points from. I think that we've had all 4 matches now completed. It's a shame we didn't get to watch all of them. I would have loved to, but here are the standings coming through from Group A, with maybe Pro coming out with 18 kills, and they might just be Pro with that kind of standout performance at 13 million. That is a massive amount going through to them, with RNG taking 3.7, Popi team with 2.6, and 7 a.m. definitely falling off towards the end of the day. But 18 kills is absolutely gargantuan. Goes was doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but it's nice to see Zed Ghoul as well as Kyborg being able to bring that back up at the end with 5 kills apiece and 6 million extracted value there on Zed Ghoul. Let's take a look at Group B, how that all panned out. Obviously, as you know, that had the boys on side who were desperately battling versus SAEED for some of those strong performances in terms of extraction value. I think today has been a real good showcase of Delta Force esports, right? In terms of what we can see, what's going to be seen in the future. We will have Warfare coming through for tomorrow, but I'll tell you what, I'm very excited to watch what happens in those grand finals. We'll only have the best of the best going up against one another, and I'm curious to see what kind of meta changes come through there. So let's take a look at Group B next, into Group C and Group D and Group E, who we didn't get to look at earlier on today. It's Group E standings. We're going to skip right to the end, with RAF Squad taking 15 million. And I think that's kind of where we thought things would end up. 15 million at that top side, with OnlyW taking 7 million home. So definitely up to RAF squad to take that 15 million. I think that they performed extremely well all today. So well done to them. I think we do have an interview with Easy Star actually from Bunny Reapers, which is definitely an unfortunate one to say the least. But either way, I think they perform very well, and I'm excited to see what more they can do within the esports scene, because I think the Bunny Reapers definitely had a good shot at it. Warfare will be on tomorrow on the 10th. And we might be back with John Allen, potentially. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you sound better now. Yeah.
Next segment, by the way. Much appreciated.
That's okay. Well, I mean, I got to see Group A and Group E. We skipped through B, C, and D. But again, I'll take what I can get. I hope you guys will as well. It is what it is.
Oh, dear. Oh, yeah. Well, it is the top one team from each group that's going to go through. And you're right. I caught a little bit about what you were saying. People, I think my mic still isn't great over on the connection, so I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
I have no idea. I don't know. Oh, my goodness me. I love technical issues. That's
I think Hatclaw's been able to get into your apartment. What's going on? You got a data knife stuck in the side of the PC. You might want to check that out first. That could be the problem. Still just waiting on confirmation on an interview coming up next. What's coming up next? Because I haven't heard anything just yet. So we'll be just sitting here for a little while longer, guys, whilst we wait to find out what's going on in the back end. Because there's a ferret in there. It's causing havoc. And we have Easy Star with us. Hello.
Hey guys. What's up? Can you hear me?
Give me 2 seconds, buddy.
I cannot hear Easy Star currently. I think my mic's okay. But we can't hear Easy Star from the Bunny Reapers.
You can't hear me?
It's not on your side, dude. It's probably us. Let's just get it fixed really quick.
We'll get that one sorted. Maybe the stream can hear him. Maybe.
I'd hope so. I'd hope so.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Easy Start.
Right
I'm not going to be... Excuse me.
Okay.
I'm not going to be able to hear your answer. But let's play a game because I really do want to hear from you. I'm sure the stream wants to hear from you. So why don't you tell us about that last match and what was going through your head? Because Smokers performed what was an incredible play on the downstairs side, and you guys backed him up phenomenally. But I think it was that discipline, which was the main thing for us that we were catching out. Was it just that go signal from the initial knock and you were just straight down? Because I saw you guys were watching the zip line.
Exactly. We got pushed by one team. We tried to retreat. We go up, but Smokies couldn't do it. So he tried to get the first knock, and after he get the first knock, that was the call. You get the first knock and we go down, because if he didn't get that knock, we couldn't go down. We would get wiped for sure. So we pushed exactly when he get the knock, and they tried to do our best to win the fight for sure.
Yeah, no, it was unbelievable. I think it was very nice to see from you guys the fact that you had such confidence in Smokers downstairs. So as soon as he got that knock, you went down with him. Overall, Bunny Reapers today, you guys have done very, very well. I think those final moments were definitely the most tough ones. And I think that we had this question of why you guys decided to only extract one instead of going for the full 3-man push on the north side.
I will tell you, this is a joke. You will not believe it. That's not a strategy. We just missed the extract. We just missed it.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
We just missed it. Yeah. Simple did it. Yeah, but because of the smoke, we got to we didn't know where we were, and we missed the extract. So we need to go on the other extract. And probably we could have make more money if we didn't extract on the other side, for sure. But yeah, it was a miss. Yeah, it
That was
a miss.
insane though. Because it felt like huge big brain play from you guys to try and go take down Pari on that north side. But it was just a miss. Damn. You should have lied
Yeah, it
to
was
us.
just
In
a-
fact, you
a
can
bad miss.
you can lie right now. You can lie right now. It was a big brain move, right? It was a huge
Yeah.
brain
Yeah,
move. Yeah.
Just so
Yeah.
smart. Did you realize
think-
that it was Pari up there? Did you know that it was the team that you were chasing in your group?
No,
settings?
we didn't know. And when the last guy we killed from the Pari, we didn't know, but we heard something, and we thought, oh, it's a team here. We thought it was a full team, and we will try to hold them because we didn't know which team was trying to extract, and we need to make more money than the other teams to try to qualify, and we need to kill that team and make them don't extract with any money. So we need to hold that guy, and after we extract without backpack.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's such a shame because I think you guys played that last match so well, dude. It was so impressive playing Tower Bubble because it's not an easy place to play at all. There are so many teams. The fact that you're able to even get out from that pincer you had between no Recoil as well as ABOBA, that was incredible stuff. It's just unfortunate that it seems no one wants to play on the north side of the map and so many teams are just getting away with looting that entire area. Do you think that's something that's going to continue into the grand finals?
What did you ask? Sorry.
Do you think there's going to be loads of teams still just all fighting over tower instead of just taking the free loot on the north side? Because I feel like a lot of teams for our groups are doing that.
Yeah, we saw on the streams all the other groups, all the teams trying to go on the south side of the map. Most of the teams, all the time there. We just started there, so we spawned on the south side. So we needed to loot there. We couldn't run all the map just to loot the north side, so we just stayed there because we spawned there, and we needed to do our job.
Either way, you guys did fantastic, so I really appreciate you having on the stream here. Do you have anything to say to your fans at home, friends or family?
No, I just want to say to people to keep playing this game. It's a really good game. It's a new game, really nice game. I really love this game. I came from another game. And I really love this game. It's really nice. People must play this game. They will like it.
Thanks so much, Easy Star. Really appreciate you. We'll catch you later. And thanks for being on the stream.
Well, thank you very much, Easy Star. It was good to hear from him, and it's good to know that his spirits are up and he's not disenfranchised despite not quite able to make it to those grand finals.
It's a community tournament, you know, he's having a good time.
Exactly. And if you guys do want to play Delta Force, you can head over to Steam, make sure you download it there. You can join the Discord community, get a little bit of help there as well to get started. There's a lot of moving parts to this game. It can be a little bit complex at some times, but I felt like, you know, I've been diving into it over the last few weeks and having a great time with it as well. So Delta Force definitely worth a check out. It's free, so you know, what have you got to lose? If your PC can run it, you should definitely give it a shot.
Yeah, I mean, for Delta Force, it's kind of the new kid on the block at the moment. I think they've done very well. I mean, the fact that they've been able to bring out operations mode and warfare at the same time, two very, very different styles of gameplay, and be successful in both of them, it's awesome. And again, I said it at the start of the day, but I'll say it again now for anyone still watching. Operation Starfall just over the horizon right now. We had Operation Serpentine. It's time for a whole new era. So definitely check out the new things coming with Operation Starfall, operators, skins, guns, all that good stuff, as well as the new mode, Black Hawk Down, will be releasing in January. I know that a lot of people have been excited about this for a long, long time, so the remastered version will be out very shortly, so don't you worry. Q1 was promised, and Q1 it will be.
Absolutely. I mean, it's that old school fun with that new fresh look, that coat of paint, making it look spick and span. It's exciting stuff to be seen in the future of this one. But yeah, fantastic games so far today on the operations game mode. Like you said before as well, we've got warfare for you guys tomorrow. We have to fully check out all the statistics, I think, from after that match for those standings, for those overalls as well. What's going to happen moving in towards those grand finals? So we've got a couple of graphics we've got to get through, just making sure everything's neat and tidy. And it's pretty interesting stuff as well to see what other teams are able to do. I was excited to see that 15 mil barrier broken on the overall value on 4 matches. It's not easy to do, right? That is almost 4 mil a game, which is kind of nuts.
Yeah, it was a lot of cash in the bank, we'll put it that way. I'm very excited to watch overall. I mean, it's a shame we didn't get to watch too much of Group E at all today. If anything, I would have loved to watch more. You know, I would have liked to have followed Group A all the way from match 1 to 4, Group B to match 1 to 4, and so on and so on, because the games were just fun to watch. But we would be here at approximately 4 a.m. So we couldn't quite bring that to you today.
Yeah, the Americans have got to have a go.
Yeah, the Americans do have to have a go as well, but they'll never be the EU squads. Let's be honest. Let's be honest.
No. Historically, EU just infinitely better at
Number
choosing
one.
games. Just so much better.
I can't hate too much. I mean, to be honest with you, most of the guys that play Delta Force that I watch are NA. Mainly just been hanging out in Artursen's stream a lot, honestly. He explains a lot quite well, so I enjoy watching him too. So, although, look, I think I love them all the same. I think that I've had to change my tune quite quickly. No longer biased. I've been cured immediately.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. I'm still firmly on the EU hype train. EU definitely, every single time, all the time, better than NA. It's just historically very, very factual. You know, what can I say? There's no two ways about it. But it will be interesting to see if there's any differences. I think that's always the thing that you look at between two regions playing in the same format, in the same style. Are there going to be any differences? You know, we saw a lot of Luna being adapted to today. We saw Toxic being quite heavily factored in. And of course, Stinger, I feel like that's kind of just like an obvious pick being put on in there. But it was interesting to see the decisions that teams were making in terms of their operator selection overall. I'm sure we can get a little bit more into that as we look at our Group A standings to see who from Group A was able to reach the top. But it's a 13.5 mil, maybe pro.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. They did so well here for our semi-finals. I think that Maybe Pro definitely deserved to be at the top at the moment with 13.5 million. They took over the likes of RNG, Popi team, 7 a.m. This was definitely a wash coming through from Maybe Pro. Again, I made a joke about it earlier. I'll make a joke about it again. They might very well be pro at this point in time, so very, very well done to Maybe Pro here. I think this was probably one of the most dominant lobbies that we saw so far from Group A. I would have been excited to watch more of them because it felt like Maybe Pro sort of came out of nowhere after that point.
And as we head over to Group B, Cucarachas will be able to top the tables here. The boys and SAEED left in the dust. I don't think any of them actually got any value from that last match that they just played there. I think that the second page of Group B might be a little bit more pushed up as well. But with 9 mil, not even needing to break that 10 mil barrier, we will see the ultimate survivors, Las Cucarachas, over into the grand final. So we're excited for that for Group B. We'll be seeing them tomorrow.
Yeah, living up to the name, which is always what we're going to see. It's unfortunate the boys weren't able to clinch it through. 18 kills, though. Fantastic stuff. And Mark definitely left a mark here over in Delta Force. What an incredible Luna player that guy is. Some seriously good shots coming through from the Recon Arrow. And not only that, some insane usage of the nades, which is not what Luna's known for. More the bow and arrow, but if you've got the bandolier as well, you may as well. No game, no life. Made it through.
There
nice.
You go.
FG as well as Time and Pika taking that top spot with a cool 11 million.
Nice. Very good to see. And breaking quite a difference as well. I think no difference has been more stark than in Group A. What was it, 13 mil to 3 mil, something like that. So far a 10 mil gap from first to second is the highest we've seen. Not quite reaching that, but still a very convincing lead found there. Less so over in Group D, where Pari did manage to, of course, as we were aware, win out their group with maybe the lowest total of any group winner so far. Bunny Reapers with 6.6 mil, not quite able to push their way on in. But they did get 15 kills, so one of the highest counts probably in this tournament.
Really nice to speak to Easy Star as well, because such a humble guy coming into this one. Wasn't too disheartened either by the loss. Just very happy that people are playing the game. So big shout out to Easy Star and his team who just play for the love of the game. And there certainly is a love of the game coming through from RAF Squad with 15 million. 6 million, 5 million, 3 million across the board. These guys play and play a lot.
This is excellent stuff coming through from Wrath Squad, our highest value qualifying team by I think at least 2 mil over in Group E, who we didn't get to see, so excited to see them playing on in tomorrow. As we take a look at our overall standings, each of our group leaders, I think, will be close towards the top of the tables. You can see we are going to start on that lower down page with 7 a.m. enjoyers. Not quite able to get too far in this one. Only, I think, all of that value came from maybe their first game.
Yeah.
Which is not ideal. Only 1 out of 4 games extracting is not good going, unfortunately for them. But here is the top page, and it is Wrath Squad, followed by Maybe Pro, No Game, No Life, Cucarachas, and then Pari. Our top 5 teams, our qualifiers.
It's quite nice to see, it just dropped down like that with E, A, C, B, and D. No outliers in between or anything like that. It is just the top squads that make it through to first, second, third, and fourth, and fifth place. So Wrath Squad definitely the team to beat going into those grand finals. But Maybe Pro, I think they're a little bit of a dark horse for me because we didn't get to see too much of them from that initial game in Group A. But again, they were held out completely by 7 a.m. on a very, very unsuspected flank that they made all the way down from that north side. From there onwards, Maybe Pro just popped off with 18 kills, the highest out of these top 5s. Let's take a look at the top kills. Speaking of damage coming through from squads, it is Zakuna in first place and Mark taking second, which I'm happy to see, with a Fiji in third with 8 kills.
Yeah, Zakuna able to get that top spot there, and that is from Group E on Goblins team, which means that 9th kill is the difference maker there. Look at the number of players on 8 elims. Highest value from Gurku as well. I wouldn't be too surprised if that is from Wrath Squad. It is indeed, yeah, at 6.5 mil extracted. Zedgul, the second highest value in the lobby, but it is, yeah, Gurku from that top spot on Wrath Squad from Group E.
Yeah, 1.5 million average just about for all 4 games, which is crazy, which is really nice to see. But overall, been a fantastic day. Shame we didn't get to see too much of Wrath Squad. Shame we didn't get to see too much of the resurgence from Maybe Pro. But luckily for you guys, on the 11th, we'll get to see it all culminate with those grand finals, and we see all of those teams once again.
Absolutely. It's been a great day so far today. It's been really cool to get introduced to the world of this sort of more competitive level of Delta Force. I'm excited to see what the future holds for it. We've got plenty more action still to come. We've got tomorrow the Warfare section of this community tournament, so make sure that you tune in for that. We've got both EU and NA divisions, which means that if you are a stalwart fan, or if you are listening to this early in the morning or early during the day over in America, there's still more content for you to come later this evening. You can make sure to stay tuned. Same channel. Make sure you check out the YouTube for that. It should be everywhere. I'm sure you'll be able to find it. You guys are pretty smart if you're watching this tournament. You know what's up. And of course, the Warfare tournament for NA as well, running alongside this EU segment. And so we're going to hand you guys over to them in a few hours. So tune in for that one. It's Lawler and Toffee is going to be taken away with that one. So I'm excited to see what they make of the craziness, the chaos that is the operations. Great first day. We'll see you guys tomorrow for Warfare. Make sure you stay tuned. Goodbye.